We are recording. We are open. Excellent. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for being here. So, agenda.
We don't have to have allegiance, we don't have to.
We don't.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't. It's a good one. So on our agenda for this evening, old business, public hearing. This is for the commercial development. This is for the Gagny and Son Concrete Block LLC. Locations at 28 Old Route 27, map 4, lot 37. Purpose is a new commercial use. They're proposing to erect a one-story, 14,540 square foot precast plant. The precast plant will manufacture catch basins, manholes, etc. So on. Proposed name, Gagny and Son Precast Plant. So we're into that business now. A quick recap. We had gone through a checklist at our last meeting, and we looked for, we were looking for that checklist to be complete. And we were nearly there. And so at this point, maybe George, you have that checklist that we had. And there were several items that still had to be satisfied. And I think that's where we are. So let's go for it.
So Peter asked me to go through the items that weren't complete at the last meeting. There were some outstanding, several outstanding items. We did get some new submissions, including a new site plan. We also received via email the written review comments, after there were no comments, from Inland Fish and Wildlife and from the Maine Natural Areas Program. So we have those. So the first item that's applicable to today, and Gary, the notices to all the abutters, there were none, right? So that's been met. Next item where there was something missing, we did get a new site plan, and there were 3 items that we had asked about. One was the possibility of the scale being incorrect. That's since been corrected. The location of the dumpsters, that's been shown now. The one item that I couldn't find when I looked at the plans, and maybe other members of the board have, was where the stormwater lines are that collect stormwater from the proposed site going to the retention pond.
Would you like me to address that right now?
Yeah, please.
Sure. So here's a new plant.
Yeah.
Here's our stormwater line that comes down to an existing catch basin. This catch basin goes into another existing catch basin into the pond.
Okay.
So everything.
I just couldn't see it on my
No,
laptop.
and you wouldn't have seen it unless you're looking at the C100, C0, I should say.
Okay, and so that's on the original that will be part of the project file then?
Correct.
Okay. So I believe that is met. The site plan, the basic site plan is consequently complete at this point.
Okay. Yeah, I would agree.
The next item that we didn't check off is the estimated quantities of flammable, combustible, and hazardous substances. And the question had to do with the concrete admixture, whether it contained any CERCLA listed or federally listed hazardous substances. We've since received a copy of the safety data sheet, which indicates there are no CERCLA listed hazardous substances in that mixture. So I believe that has consequently been met. The other item had to do with bulk storage of propane, and it was clarified in writing, I believe, forwarding an email from the state fire marshal's office that in fact they don't have any jurisdiction over propane, and it's a entirely different state board which doesn't permit them. They just have standards for their installation, main fuel board. So I believe that has been complete as well.
I would agree.
I think so.
The information we just heard about in terms of where the stormwater sewer lines and how they make their way to the retention pond, that's part of Gagny's DEP approved stormwater management plan that we just heard about being shown on the site plan also results in completion of an item that was incomplete last time, and that had to do with water quality, meaning the water information needed to meet the water quality standards, specifically the stormwater management standards. So I believe that's complete as well now.
Yes, agreed.
Cool. My pages mixed up. Doesn't matter because there was nothing on that page anyway. Peter, I believe that's it. So I believe we.
Oh, okay.
There are actually 3 more items. You want me to read them off to you?
Sure, if I forgot something.
There's a form oil storage that you asked about the form oil storage and what that was about. That I included that in your packet as well.
Right.
That's for the forms, so they don't stick, so the concrete will not stick to the forms. The other thing was, someone mentioned the dumpsters. A young lady on the planning board. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry. We've provided photos that show where the dumpsters are behind building number 2. And what's gonna happen in the future, and I was talking to the owner, Dwight's here tonight. Those dumpsters right now are located right here. Right now, all the people are funneled in to this side of the building where the retail area is. I'm not saying it's gonna happen tomorrow, but within, I'd say, the next 6 months, and Dwight, correct me if I'm wrong, the thing is to funnel all the people down below our 27 and not have them come out back here at all where there's machinery, trucks, and all that good stuff going on. So if we keep the customers down here, away from harm's way, it's gonna be a much cleaner site. And that's the objective within the next 12 months. Would you say?
Yeah, probably take longer than that.
Yeah.
For construction, that building was built, I don't know, 11 or 12 years ago. And it's just a shell right now, and we'll be back at some point to get the permits we need to start working on that. So my guess is it's more likely it'll take
Couple years.
12 to 24 months.
Okay. And the other item, of course, is the public street standard you asked for, and I submitted a narrative with that explain. So all the traffic to get to this building comes right through here, which actually accesses the entire west side of the site. This is a nice big curb cut here. It's like 70 feet in width. You can see in both directions, adequate distance, and narrative of that public street standards in your packet. So those are the other 3 items that you were asking us to address when we have.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for doing that.
I just thought it'd be a lot easier.
Yeah, no, thanks. Appreciate it.
Okay, so for the submission of the materials that we just went through and then compare that to our checklist, I think we're in pretty good shape. I do have a question, maybe it's for the planning board, I'm not sure. The materials that you submitted after the original one, is that what this pile is right here? The things, because what I have here, this says.
No, that was the original.
That was the
Then
original.
we submitted this right here. as well.
Okay, so all these things, okay,
Yeah.
so, great. I just want,
Sure,
because for the record, I want to make sure that this stays with the.
Correct.
application.
I get it.
Peter, I should probably just reiterate, I skipped over it, but that we don't have, and we knew this would be the case, the name, certification number of the soil, DEP soil certified soil erosion contractor, and that will not be known until it's been the bid has been awarded. And so we had discussed last time handling that via additional approval.
Thank you for being clear on that, because that to be consistent with every other applicant, we would want to address that.
Without question.
Okay, great. Okay. Let's see here. So I believe we are at a spot where we would have to decide if that checklist is completed. And if that's the case, I would entertain a motion on the completeness of that checklist. So that's entered into the record this way.
I'll make a motion that the checklist is complete.
Motion made,
A second,
second. Any more discussion?
I got a quick question. Just
Sure.
To be, I'm sorry to be picky. Can you go over the water lines again? And then also,
Did you say water lines?
the drainage.
Oh, the stormwater drainage?
the stormwater
Okay.
drainage. And then, from the top view, it's difficult to see if this is
I'm gonna blow it
higher.
up for you right now.
Yeah, sweet.
How's that?
Wonderful.
So we have a well, I'm sorry, you don't care about well. Right now, there's an existing catch basin right here.
Yeah.
We're taking, when we put a new catch basin on back, catch all the water coming out that building up top, and there's a drop basin there, which my client happens to make, so that's a good thing. And this goes all the way here to this existing basin, okay? Now I'm gonna,
So what is the difference in height between this point and this point?
okay, so this is 280 up here for an elevation,
Awesome.
and this is 271, okay? So we get to here,
Yep,
you with me?
yep, yep. I'm with
That
you.
same point is right here.
Yep.
This flows
From there on, Jim, it's existing, correct?
Yeah, it's all existing. This is the only new piece,
Okay,
but this goes into this system that goes all the way to this pond.
so all that goes down by gravity or
Yes.
this pump?
It's all gravity.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So that's a 9-foot drop, right?
Correct. From that upper level to that, where that base is, correct.
And it drops further down to.
The pond is at a much lower elevation. I mean, it's probably 30 feet lower.
We had a motion on the floor, seconded. We've had some more discussion, so just in order to complete this. So any more discussion? So all those in favor?
You gotta do a roll call.
Even with this, okay, so roll call, so Sarah,
Yes.
yes,
Yes.
Craig, yes,
Yes,
George Sealy, yes. Pete Sargent,
Yes.
yes, Peter Rushton, yes, says 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, Rich,
Can't vote.
Oh, okay.
because we're full,
That's pardon me.
okay. Gotcha, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, didn't miss anybody, 5 in favor, none opposed, we're good to go, I believe at this point, for substantive review. This is where it gets interesting, right? So, I'm on page 9 if anybody cares, submission requirements, just looking at some things like that. Does anybody have any questions to ask of the applicant or the representative at this time?
I don't of the applicant. I assume we don't have anybody here from the public. And if we do, we do not, okay.
And no one's here virtually, that is representing the public, because other people that are in attendance are for other matters.
How you will know that?
Well, I know that Charles is here from KV Cog and the planning board secretary is here, and those are the only two that are.
Oh, you can see it from there, you didn't realize that. I see.
I have my glasses on tonight, so that's helpful.
And there's no about.
Right. Yeah. No, I only asked in case somebody saw it on the town website.
I was just concerned somebody from the audience that is not present
Mhm.
will raise their hand. I don't know how you can see that. I can really see it from here.
Yeah, it's a challenge, but we're trying to deal with it, so And I've not used this particular setup before. I would expect if a raised hand were done virtually, we would see an indicator on the screen.
Yeah,
It might be little, but I think we'd see it.
Hey, Charles.
raise his hand. There we go.
Thank you, Charles. I see you. Good demonstration. Thank you. Yeah, great. Okay. And just to keep everything in mind, for the end game here is that we will have a commercial development review findings of fact that document that we go through. So we have that printed up and we can then do that. But that's the end game we want to get to. So before we get to that, what sort of questions do we have for the applicant? That's what we want to do right now. So if there's anything, this is the time to bring it up.
Peter, one other procedural question. The applicant, Gagny, has requested a waiver, and we haven't considered the substance of that.
Was that for the
Phosphorus.
phosphorus? Okay,
Yeah, so
thank you.
I guess the question is, do we take that up first or not?
Good question.
Or we can take it up when we get to that point, whichever.
I would say let's go through some items and it should be a natural fit.
Okay.
So,
I just want to make sure we agree that's up to.
thank you. What page was that?
Number 17. That helps.
Give you a page number.
That's it. We'll get to it.
Yeah. It's near the back,
Yeah.
closer to the back than the front.
All right. So for us to do this now, we've gone through submission requirements already, so we're feeling pretty comfortable there. This is the latest that we've used supplied for the application. How would the board like to proceed this time?
I would suggest we go, first off, we don't have any big picture questions. I would suggest we go through the application and then pick up the any questions along the way or issues that people may have. And likewise with the consideration of the waiver for phosphorus control.
Sure. So going through the application at this point, so being very methodical about this here, everybody. Let's see. Everybody has the application? Okay, so according to our ordinance, the application that would include the name, address, telephone number of the applicant. That's all there. Property location, including address, map, and lot number.
So Peter, and number 2, property owner, we got an email on July 23rd indicating that the precise wording of the name is different than what was in the application, that it
Yes.
should be Gagny Son and Son Concrete Block LLC.
Right,
And so maybe it would be worthwhile having that change put on the master copy that's going to be in the project file, having it initial dated.
okay. That's a great idea. So the good news here is we can do that live. Right? Hopefully. Gary, which one's the master copy that would be part of, or is there one master copy? want to use this one. One for the project file, because what we're gonna ask to have happen is that minor edit be made on something that we submit.
Yes.
So there's an extra one here. That was Peter's, this is mine.
Use that one then.
Okay,
Okay.
so I'll write on top of it, project copy.
Yeah.
Project file copy.
Good idea. And is it Dwight?
Yep.
I know you're the owner, to be owner.
Close enough.
All right, would you mind, so it'd be like we edit a check or something, so just initial and date with the,
Change this.
Yeah, change it to,
what you told us,
yeah, what you already told us.
those words that you used. Yes, but I'm thinking that emails in here, I don't know.
Yeah,
There are a
I
number of
didn't,
emails.
I didn't make a copy of it, but I know.
It's not in that submission, it's just what you got from Peter Gagne.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. And similarly, if we have other minor things, that's fine. So that was number one, I think, and number two, property location, including address, map, and lot number. Oh, good there. Number three, the estimated cost of the development. You have that.
There's a number in that. I'm just on the same numbers as you are. I'm on the application numbers.
Yeah.
You're on a different numbering system.
Yeah, bye. So what I'm looking at is the ordinance.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go through the application and
Yeah, so the application number is different.
Okay, all right. So why don't we, since not everybody has the ordinance, we'll look at the application. And
The
then-
application is number 20.
Okay, so we'll just crosswalk it as we go along.
Okay,
All right, so sticking to the application, then we'll crosswalk it here,
all right.
okay? So number three applicant, that was, that information same as property owner, then this is go to question 5. Because the applicant is not representing yourself. 5, the applicant's authorized agent, Jim Coffin, represented tonight. Your name and address. Person to receive all communications is Jim Coffin. Number 7, what legal interest does the applicant have in the property for which a permit is requested? And indicated here is ownership with deed included, and that was part of the package. Does the deed contain any deed restrictions or covenants? The answer is no. Going on to land and location information. Number 8, location of property and being developed for which the permit is requested is on map 4, lot 37. The street, Old Route 27. 10, total acreage, 48.7 acres, that's the total. Existing conditions on the parcel. Nothing's listed for existing conditions. Except for, I'm sorry, turn the 12, turn the page. It says structures, then it lists what they are. There's a block plant and a 33,980 square feet. Old precast plant garage, vehicle maintenance, showroom, form warehouse is listed. Sand storage building. Buildings 2, 3, 4 are listed. Are there any other structures that should be listed? Is it complete? That's complete? Okay. Other existing uses of the land. Is listed here, material and equipment storage, exterior block showroom, laydown areas, and mineral extraction. Is any portion of the property within a shoreland zone as depicted on the town of Belgrade shoreland zoning map? You've indicated yes. 13 is any portion of the property within a special flood hazard area as depicted on the FEMA flood insurance rate maps. You've indicated yes.
I just want, Mr. Chairman, just so I could show you, that's, has to do with the way on the west side of the property, just so everyone knows, it's nowhere near the proposed project.
Yeah.
But it does,
It's part of the
exactly.
property.
Right. And that's actually a different parcel of land.
Part of it.
Yeah,
I was just pointing that out.
yeah, no, it's good.
I'm admitting a person, looks like Nick. Nichols is with us. Okay, we are on to item number 14 in the application. Is the property part of an approved subdivision? That answer is no. 15, is the property to be developed located within 500 feet of a municipal boundary? You've answered no. On to page 16, I'm sorry, page 7, item 16. Provide a brief description of the development or proposal that has been supplied. I don't know if in today's world I should read it all out. It's kind of boring since we all have it. I don't think it's necessary. Please tell me if you.
I agree.
Okay. Number 17, are any waivers of the application submission requirements or ordinance performance standards being requested with this submission? You've answered yes.
And Mr. Chairman, I have submitted a phosphorus waiver sheet, if you will, in your packet that explains why the waiver is being asked for, because there's gonna be less phosphorus in the post condition than there is right now.
Okay. I think this is a great time to take it up.
I would agree.
All right, let's do so. So you want to talk to us about your
I'll go right
phosphorus
into it if you
waiver?
want. So the first thing you need to understand is that pavement and gravel have an export factor of 1.25. This is all gravel right now. Buildings have an export factor of 0.5. Okay, so there's 0.7 difference. So when I put this over gravel, as most of it is, it's gonna lower that number of phosphorus, because you get more phosphorus on gravel and pavement than you do in the building. That's from car droppings of oil and stuff like that. They'll get back into the soil and that stuff. But the bottom line is the building has a much lower rate, if you will, than the gravel and pavement. And that's why the phosphorus control is not needed. I've run some numbers for you that show right now in the area that we're developing, we have 0.459 pounds per year. And in the post-development, we'll only have half of that, 0.254. So the numbers are here and they all work. We do have a little bit of grass in here that would change. Grass is a coefficient of 0.6, but that's all in here and it's all been added together for you.
Right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Pardon me, Sarah, did you have a question for the applicant? I saw your hand start to go up and I don't know.
No, I think all the questions are answered,
Okay,
very well done.
thank you. Before we move on, are there other questions about the request for the waiver as it's been described by the applicant for phosphorus waiver?
Nobody else does. I have a couple.
Go ahead, George.
Some of this wasn't intuitive to me because first off, I'm not an engineer, so just put that out there, but because I was thinking stormwater and phosphorus being sort of equivalent, and it's not. So hence it took me a while to wrap my head around the fact that the building actually exports less phosphorus than a gravel parking area. But I get it, I get that now. But with respect to your actual calculations and the justification, I had a question about comparing paragraph 2 and paragraph 3, pre-development and post-development. First off, it talks in the second paragraph of 3,015 square feet of lawn. And in the second, it refers to 3,015 square feet of gravel, and I wondered if that is correct.
Yeah, it is. This up here is, there's a strip of lawn that's 3,000 square feet that's being turned into gravel.
Okay.
That's where that comes from. That's a good
Okay.
question.
It was suspicious since it was the same number.
No, and I just wanted you to understand that number, how
Yeah.
it changed from grass to gravel.
Yeah, so, you know, to compare it against the DEP export numbers, which are in pounds phosphorus per acre per year, I was trying to do that, and, I was wondering if you have done that.
I have. That is pounds per acre per
For
year.
the post-development, number in particular, because you're obviously in the Mesolonsky watershed.
Correct. We ran it over the same area that, so the only thing changing, just think of it this way, is this building footprint, okay? And the gravel over the grass. That's the only things that are changing. So that's the area I took from my study. Those are the only numbers that change in this whole report. Does that make sense?
It does. What I was asking is, what's the equivalent in pounds phosphorus per acre per year of 0.254 pounds of phosphorus per year? Is that the same thing?
That is the same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure I had my units
Sure.
correct. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
For the board's information, we've got to remember that this is a reduction, and the ordinance would allow an increase of 0.068 pounds per acre per year, but this is an actual reduction.
Good point.
Do we have to vote on that?
Yes, I believe we would want to vote on the request for the waiver. Are there any other questions before we have a motion and then eventually vote on that? Do we have any other questions for the applicant or the representative? If so, I would entertain a motion about the acceptance of that request for a waiver.
I would make a motion to approve the waiver for phosphorus export.
Motion, second. Any more discussion? All right, so we'll do a roll call vote. Thank you, Sarah, for that reminder. So going from my left to my right, Sarah?
Yes,
Yes.
Yes.
Craig, yes. George?
Yes.
Pete?
Yes.
And I say yes. Thank you, Rich. We have a vote. So there are 5 yes or in favor, none opposed, so that waiver will be part of this. That was approved. Okay. Let's continue on here. That was number 17. On to number 18, an application fee that was paid. It's indicated that.
We actually paid that twice by mistake.
Oh, did you get?
Yeah, we did.
Okay,
I didn't realize Mr. Gagny had come in and paid it. I paid it all, so I'm gonna check that.
okay, great.
We'll let you guys arm wrestle about that.
Okay, great. Number 19, does this development or change of use propose or require extension or expansion of any of the following public infrastructure? You've indicated no. Correct. Number 20, provide an estimate of the cost of the proposed development. You have a value here of $2,500,000. Correct. Pardon me, someone else is to be admitted, it looks like. Okay. And 21, provide anticipated start and completion of the construction dates. You've indicated the start date is fall of 2021 and completion date summer of 2022.
We're gonna try and pour the foundation this fall and then bid it out and get our metal building contractor in place.
Okay.
We can find steel. Right.
Right. 23, identify the method of water supply. You've indicated on-site groundwater well. Is water supply to be used for fire suppression? You've indicated no. What other water uses will the project include? Please specify. You've indicated there will be 1,200 gallons of water needed for the production and 10 employees at 15 gallons per day result in 1,350 gallons per day needed for the operation.
And we have a letter from the well driller saying that. We have that.
I didn't, I saw that somewhere. Thank you.
You can't find good, large volume of water there. You're never gonna find it anywhere else in town.
Right. Will the water supply meet the state definition of a public drinking water supply system? You indicated no. Because there's no anticipation of supplying water. Is the water supply adequate for proposed uses and projected demand? You've indicated yes. Provide evidence to support, and we've got the letter from Weeks and Son well drilling. It's included in the package. Number 24, identify the method of sewage disposal for the proposed development or use. You've indicated individual subsurface disposal system. Number 25, what federal or state government permits or approvals are required by this proposed development or use? For Maine DOT, you've indicated no, with a note, see the traffic report.
Correct.
Moving along to the next potential would be Maine State Fire Marshal. You've indicated no.
Correct.
Next would be Maine Department of Environmental Protection. You've indicated no. And it looks like you've got the storm.
It's a site location
Site
development
location.
permit. And there's emails that back up why we don't have to do anything with that.
And that's part of the package.
Correct.
Maine DHHS Drinking Water Program approval of a public drinking water system, you've indicated no. Other, you've indicated no. Are you applying exclusively for approval to mine an existing sand and gravel pit for the next 5 years? You've said no. And if no, we go on to page, question 27. 27, how will development or proposed use control emissions of dust, ash, smoke, particulate matter, or other air pollutants? You've indicated that there will not be any of those things associated with the everyday operation of a precast concrete plant. Some dust, part of the project, but will be controlled by water or calcium chloride, I'm assuming application. Does the proposal meet federal and state air quality regulatory requirements? You've indicated yes. Number 28, estimated peak daily vehicle traffic to be generated. 87.3, you referenced the traffic report. Estimated peak hourly traffic volume, 16.4. Also see the traffic report. How were these figures estimated? And you've indicated you've used the ITE manual as your reference. How many vehicle access points are to be provided from a road? One. May I ask a question at this point then?
Sure.
Is that one additional one or just indicating one,
Nope,
one you have?
Just the one we have,
Okay,
right over in there.
thank you.
Yeah.
And what is the posted speed limit of that road? You've indicated 25. Name of contractors responsible for earthwork or any soil disturbance and their respective Maine DEP basic and advanced erosion control certification numbers. And then you talk about what's going on to bid, so you don't know that yet. Number 31 is a site or structure located on the parcel listed on the National Register of Historic Places. You've indicated no. Under how will the impact on above historical structure be prevented or mitigated? That's not applicable, I would say, because it's not on one. Are any archaeological sites identified by the Maine State Historic Preservation Commission present on the parcel? You've indicated no. And the next one doesn't really apply. Number 32, will equipment, machinery, inventory, parts, salvage, waste, collection containers, dumpsters, or other materials associated with the proposed use be stored outdoors? You said yes. If yes, describe the types of items stored outside and what measures will be taken to prevent children from accessing. You've talked about in your answer here, where they will be behind building 2, as you discussed earlier. How will dumpsters be screened from view from neighbors and public roads? Your answer to that was that 2, one for cardboard and another for trash, that are located behind building 2. And I think we are to also conclude that the orientation of building 2 and relative to any other place is far from public view. Correct. Okay. Number 33, does any portion of the parcel include critical natural areas or significant wildlife habitat, including deer wintering areas, as identified and mapped by the Maine Beginning with Habitat program? The answer is no. 34, if parcel includes wetlands identified on a national wetlands inventory map, describe how impact to the wetlands will be avoided or mitigated. Your answer to that is that there are over 10 parcels that are utilized for the applicant's operation, and a wetlands map is included that show no wetlands in the area of the proposed precast plan. Number 35, is development located on a hilltop or lake shore? Or either one of those. I always find it interesting. No is your answer. 36, other than from safety signals and other emergency warning devices, will maximum noise levels produced by the proposed use exceed 60 decibels between 7 a.m. and 9:30 p.m. or 45 decibels between 9:30 a.m. and 7 a.m. at the property lines or the lake shore? The answer no. Will these noise standards be exceeded at any time during the course of a single day for more than 15 minutes? Your answer is no. 37, will outdoor development construction activities be conducted between the hours of 9:30 p.m. and 7 a.m.? Your answer is no. Are residential uses present on abutting land parcels? The answer is no. Then you have something to say. The nearest house is over 500 feet away from the proposed precast plant located off of Old Route 27. Number 38, provide the number, design, location, and illumination intensity of lighting fixtures. Your answer to that is the only new exterior lights will be wall packs hung from the proposed precast plant. A cut sheet has been provided in the planning board application, which we have seen. Will light illumination from the development or use beyond any property line exceed 0.5 foot candles? Your answer is no. Number 39, describe off-street parking to be provided for the development use, including number of general use parking spaces, handicap spaces, and oversized vehicle spaces to be provided. Your answer is that the precast plant will not be accessed by customers and only employees will be allowed in the area. The employees will park along the west side of the proposed precast plant as shown on the site plan.
We show the 10 parking stalls, 5 here and 5 there, or 4 and 6, I'm sorry.
Thank you. How often and where will delivery trucks be unloaded and loaded? Your answer is there will be 3 cement trucks and 1 propane truck a week, along with 1 bulk Grace chemical truck for admixture per quarter? Will vehicles loading and unloading protrude into a public road? Your answer is no. Will delivery vehicles need to back into unloading loading areas from public road? Your answer is no. How many loading bays will be provided as part of off-street parking? Your answer is 5 bays in front of precast plant are available for loading bays. Describe measures to be provided for security and fire protection for the proposed development or use. The entire precast plant will be fenced in with locked gates.
There is that's probably a bad way to describe that. We have a gate right here that doesn't allow anyone to the west side of the site. And that's it isn't gonna be fenced in, but this gate stops anyone from coming in there. They lock it every night.
Okay.
So the word fence should be strict.
Okay. Let's see, so am I correct in understanding this that, so for number 40, you would wish to see that word fenced?
There's no fencing whatsoever. It's just a gate that stops anyone from accessing the west side of the site.
For the access to the plant. Will be protected by locked gates, yes.
That's good. So I think it would be appropriate to use that word.
Sure.
What Sarah just proposed.
Yeah.
As the complete answer for number 40.
Yeah.
And Dwight, if you don't mind, thanks.
Thanks, Sarah.
Yeah, and those lock gates will be on the north side of building 2.
What's the? So Sarah, how did you say that before?
So access to the precast plant will be protected by locked gates located at the north side of building 2.
Thank you. Yep. That was number 40. Turning the page to page 15. Is the footprint of any building greater than 10,000 square feet? Your answer is yes. If yes, describe the access to be provided to all sides of the building for emergency vehicles. Your answer is there is access to all sides of the proposed precast plant as shown on the site plan.
You can't drive around on this side, but you can drive anywhere around. But you do get stopped by a barrier there. And we do have a letter from the fire chief that's has seen this. Or email.
Should we add that you have access to all of it except by?
What's that? There is access to all 4 sides.
There is access to all 4 sides as they discussed. It's just that you can't drive around the whole way without interruption
Okay.
at one spot. But you can access all sides. Yep. Thank you. Next up. Was. I think this one, will development or use exceed the capabilities of the Belgrade Fire Department? Your answer is no. After that, will the development or use depend upon the Kennebec County Sheriff's Department for security services? Your answer is no. Number 41, is the proposed development or use located within a village district as shown on the Belgrade 2014 Comprehensive Plan Land Use District Map? Your answer is no. Number 42, describe vegetative screening to be provided and maintained along all public roads. Examples, depth, length, vegetation composition. Also show on the site plan. And your answer is there is significant screening to the east and south of the new precast plant.
That would be south and east is here, and everything else is their operation up above to the north and the west.
So if you measure it on the site plan, it meets or exceeds the 35-foot standard in the ordinance. And I almost never drive the Penny Road, so I took a drive over there about a month ago or so. And it's all nicely natural woods. It'll serve the purpose quite nicely as long as it remains uncut.
There's no plans to get into that.
Okay,
Into that vegetation.
thank you. And next was 43. So describe the vegetative screening to be provided and maintained along property line with abutting residential properties. Same examples. So then your answer is, as mentioned above, there is a 50 to 100 foot wide wooden buffer along the Penny Road adjacent to the location of the precast plant. Turn the page to page 16, item 44, provide the number, size, square feet, location, anchoring, and height off ground level of each proposed advertising or informational sign. Your answer is that there are not any new signs proposed with this project. Number 45, will any exterior signs be illuminated? Your answer is no. Number 46, is any sign to be electronically, digitally changeable sign? Your answer is no. 47, describe solid waste to be generated, including types of waste. Your answer is cardboard and trash are removed weekly by Casella Waste Management, and a letter is included with the submissions, which we saw. Estimated volume per year to be generated in cubic yards per year. You're saying 13.5 tons per year. The method and location of disposal for solid waste, that's via Casella Waste Management. Turning the page to 17, item 48. Will oil, petroleum, or propane be stored or handled on site other than during project construction? A heating oil tank smaller than 330 gallons or a propane tank 200 gallons or smaller? Your answer is yes. If yes, describe the types and volumes of products. Your answer, there will be a 1,000-gallon above ground propane tank on the north side of the proposed precast plant. Okay, north side. Gotcha. Yep. Perfect. Thank you. Which state or federal permits, registrations, notifications, or approvals?
You want to cross that? Because it says state fire marshals. Probably going to cross it off. You don't need it.
Yeah.
And then that leads to the next one, because you said the state fire marshal permit, which is the answer to which state or federal permits. Blah, blah, blah. After that, let's see. So help me out here. Just want to make sure I'm doing this correctly. If a Maine state fire marshal permit is required for construction. Oh, wait, it's not though, you're saying?
Correct.
Okay, got it. Thank you. Next is a US EPA spill prevention control and countermeasure SPCC plan required. Your answer is yes, and is attached.
That's not required because of the propane though, right?
No, that's just required for the general nature of the whole business.
Facility, right,
They've already had that going for years.
yeah, right.
Great. Turning to page 18 on item 49. Will hazardous substances be stored on site or used? Your answer is no. Number 50, will hazardous or special or universal wastes be generated by the project or use? Your answer is no. Please tell me if I'm going too slow or too fast. I want to be sensitive to everybody's time.
Doing great.
No answers there. Turning the page to page 19. Will any portion of your development or use be located on a significant sand or gravel aquifer as mapped by the Maine Geological Survey? Your answer is yes.
We've included that map with the submission.
Thank you. Then will any portion of your project or use be within 300 feet of a private drinking water well, 1,000 feet of a public drinking water well, or within the source water protection area of a public drinking well as mapped by the Maine Drinking Water Program? Your answer is no. As you indicated before, private abutters are some distance from your.
Correct.
Next, number 52, will the proposed activity discharge pollutants to any surface water bodies or groundwater, including by way of subsurface wastewater disposal systems? Your answer is yes.
Yeah, now subsurface disposal system is right here.
Okay.
And it's with the HHE 200 form was submitted as well.
Yep, and that was part of your answer here, is that the subsurface wastewater disposal system was part of the package. Anybody have any, before I go on, anybody have any questions about that one? No? Good. Okay, turning the page to page 20, item 53. Will any groundwater discharge result in any groundwater quality measure exceed 1/2 of a federal primary drinking water standard or state maximum exposure drinking water guideline? Your answer is no. Will groundwater withdrawal, including for drinking water supply or alterations to site surface water recharge characteristics, lower the groundwater table beyond the property line? Your answer is no. If groundwater withdrawal is projected to exceed 2,000 gallons per day, a written assessment is required. And there's more to that, but you indicate that you're expecting it not to exceed 2,000. You said it'd be 1,350 gallons per day.
Here,
Yes.
I'm sorry, can we just go for a second to 52? That's page 19.
52, okay, sure.
When we talk, just so I can have it in my mind, when we talk about surface water disposal, and we indicated between, I'll call this day 1 and day 2, it means that the parking lot is done so it's inclined like this and all the water runs there, that's what it means?
No, it's concrete chambers there. They're gonna be able to drive right over the top. It's a septic tank. It's a septic.
Tank.
It's a septic. The tank here,
Yeah.
and then the system, and then they're all on the ground here, so you can drive right over the top of them.
Gotcha.
Does that help answer
It
that?
does,
Okay,
because it had nothing to do with that.
No,
With
that's
there.
correct.
Yeah.
correct. It's a good question. Good to
Well,
get straight.
I'm trying to, thank you.
Okay. I think we were on
55.
Thank you. Thank you. Provide the total area in square feet of impervious area of the development or use, including but not limited to the footprint area of all structures, as well as paved and gravel parking, roads, walkways, etc. Now, you've indicated that it is a, if I'm reading this correctly, a 3,015 square foot increase.
That's that grass strip that's being converted to gravel.
Oh, okay,
Everything else is gravel.
Yeah.
Or building.
okay. Right, and all other exists already, okay. And number 56, provide the total square feet of disturbed area of the development or change of use. Your indication here is that it is 71,775 square feet.
And that's that magenta line that goes all the way around the whole perimeter. That's what that equals. The dash line,
Yep, I see where you're.
that's a disturbance.
Does anybody have any questions on that? Number 57, how many linear feet of new road or driveway is proposed? Your answer is 0. Correct. Number 58, in which lake watershed is the proposed development located? You've indicated Messalonsky Lake. Number 59, what is the allowed phosphorus export in pounds per acre as established by Article 6B of the ordinance of the ordinances? And there's a table that we reference, and you indicated 0.068 pounds per acre. Number 60, has this development received a stormwater management permit from the Maine DEP under the Maine Stormwater Management Law? You said yes,
That's because stormwater is part of the site location development application.
and that's also referenced in the answer for 61, which we'll get to, I think, in a second. Okay, describe here or in your stormwater and phosphorus control plan provisions for monitoring and inspection, maintenance and use restrictions for stormwater phosphorus control measures, including buffer strips and infiltration systems. And in your answer, which is, I'm not gonna read the whole thing, talk about that site location development permit application. Talk about an exemption for them to construct a building up to 39,000 square feet.
So that number, I'll just tell you real quick, that number comes from, there's 9,000 left over from the permit that they're allowed to build. Plus, because they're manufacturing, they're allowed another 30,000 square feet per year. In addition to that 9, so that adds up to 39.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And you referenced the employee that you spoke with, or had email exchanges with there. And we already talked about the phosphorus waiver and the logic used to get to that. I think we're in good shape there. Next, turning to page 222. Please read and sign. We got Jim Coffin, did so,
I took out all those other sections that were not applicable.
like mining, and
Yeah, exactly.
wind turbines. And stuff. Wide move.
Not
Okay.
planning to have an Airbnb there.
Not right now.
Okay, so for substantive review, we've gone through the application. Is there any, we've had some questions for you, and you've answered some other things for us. I would want to make sure that if there's something burning for somebody, that right now, this is a great time to ask that question.
I'm sorry. Very quick, safety is a big deal to me, and we're going back to that question 40 and page 15. There's access to the whole building, but then we have that barrier that we cannot run around the whole building. I was thinking about an emergency, there is a fire in the plant, the fire department shows up, and they go to the wrong side, and they have to turn around to go to the right side because they couldn't go through there. Is there any way to place in here that somehow a labeling has to be in the building saying, if you're going south of the building, you can go this way, but if you're going west of the building, you have to go the other way? I don't know if that's
Oh.
necessary, I just thinking out loud, and the building, I mean, this is not a huge building, this is way I can call a huge building. But, and it might be even inconsequential, I just don't know. Understand, you have the fire department coming in, and the fire's in the back, and they start going this way, and oh, I thought I gotta turn around, I gotta go the other way, just because we have that there. I don't think to remove that.
You can't because it's, the elevation's different.
So I don't have problems with that, I just have problems with communication for the potential, because it's going a little bit beyond, I apologize for that, Mr. Katney, but just a thought, that that's something that we can resolve here, rather than 2, 3, 5 years, 10 years down the road, getting into that. I'm not sure that's meaningful. That's a thought.
My recollection, and correct me if I'm wrong, is with 14 employees,
Small, yeah, maybe.
10 employees.
10 employees, and then you're gonna have the truck traffic with 4 a week in total.
Correct.
So pretty minimal amount of authorized traffic, if I'm understanding correctly. And as you said earlier, it isn't like your customers or the public are gonna be going.
No one's, customers will not be going back there.
Which would be good.
I would hope that, the employees would know where to park.
And I'm not terribly familiar with that way that land goes there, but I'm thinking that if the elevation changes enough, people would see, oh, I can't go around the building that way.
You're gonna be running right into a retaining wall.
Yeah, because it would be like, it would be obvious, because you'd see it.
Exactly. It'd probably take you 30 seconds to go back around. So I don't think you're gonna lose a lot of time.
And
I understand your point,
Sure.
Sarah.
It's just that the people that come in and rescue that, I'm not familiar with the
Yeah,
building.
if this was a retail facility, I think I'd be concerned about that too, but since it's such a limited amount of traffic.
Thank you.
thank you. Anybody else have any questions that have come up as a result of going through the application?
All mine have been answered.
Rich, anything? Okay. All righty. So I think. And do you have any other questions for us?
None.
None. You like?
You beat me down now.
All right, great. I don't want to go too quickly here, but what we want to get to at some point is the findings of fact and conclusions of law, which is another process that we have to do. But so I just want to put it out there. So are we ready to move on to that part?
I think so, unless we have any concerns or questions remaining.
Okay. I feel we are too. I'll put it out there now. I've been doing this for 1.5 years from at home, and I've been typing a lot quicker than I can write. So I'm gonna suggest that what I do is we use some standard language for some of these things in these answers that we give, and it's based on application submittals and public record. That would be a phrase to do that. And I'm gonna put it once, and unless something changes, then I can repeat, but not do all that now, because it takes forever.
Do you want me to play secretary or are you good with doing it?
See, if you want to, that'd be
Well,
fine.
it isn't about wanting, it's
Yeah, that's true.
it's about what's most efficient.
If you don't mind, thank you
Okay.
very much. I appreciate that. And just so everybody would know, what, for the last 1.5 years, what I'd start doing would be filling in some of the administrative things up at the top, like the name of the application, the address, and all that stuff. So when we hit this point, boom, we can get into it. So we'll just give it a second. We'll get there.
I'm just putting in some of the preliminary boilerplate. A lot easier when we could do it cut and paste.
You know, this is wonderful.
Be nice to be home and do it from home too, but
Julie.
You have to take a vote that you found the application complete or anything like that.
Oh,
Not
the
this-
checklist we did,
The checklist, but not the application. I'm just curious.
What was the vote we took?
Not-
Checklist.
the checklist, yeah, for the application, I don't,
We do that after what we're gonna do here.
yeah, I think the short answer is this, by going through the conclusions of, the findings of fact and conclusions of law, at the end, we vote on that part.
Okay.
And so if it were not complete, we would be able to raise it there or something to that effect.
Okay.
So logistically, there are a number of items that we would go through. I think what we have done in the past is, well, I know we had to, we voted on basically each one, each time, right? So we do a roll call vote for like 12 or 13 items, so bear with me as we go through that. There is a section in there, if I'm not mistaken, that we will vote on as a slate. So we have another 10 or 12 items.
Take your-
Okay. All right, so let's go through this together, I guess, right? So
Guess so.
can say that in the matter of, this is where we go through some process stuff. So the project name, Gagny and Son Precast Plant, the applicant name, Gagny and Son Concrete Block LLC. Applicant mailing address 28 Old Route 27 Belgrade, Maine 04917. Name of the applicant's authorized representative is Jim Coffin. Project road location 28 Old Route 27, map 4, lot 37. To the town of Belgrade Code Enforcement Officer. That pursuant to the Belgrade Commercial Development Review Ordinance last amended on March 17, 2017, the town of Belgrade and the planning board has considered the application of Gagny and Son concrete block, including its site plan and other supporting materials and documentation, public meeting, testimony, and other related materials contained in the record, and makes the following findings of fact and conclusions of law. The application summary from a project summary type at 14,540 square feet, precast plant with,
Pertinences.
thank you, appurtenances. Thank you. B, was a waiver request submitted? That answer is yes. Going through. The application review process, the date the application was accepted as complete was today's date, right? So that's 8/5. And we had no site visit. And then,
Board meeting dates.
okay, so we met, when did we meet last? Was it end of July? That makes sense?
No,
Or is it early July? Was it the first meeting in July?
no, it was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago.
Yeah. Craig's right, the 15th.
It's on the 15th.
That's right.
Yeah, thank you, Greg. How'd you remember that? I can't remember what I had for breakfast. And so we list the dates that we've met to review this, and then review criteria findings. So the board finds that the application for the subject project is complete, and the applicable application fee has been paid in full to the town. Application materials, site plan, and supporting documentation has been submitted by the applicant and are retained on the project file. And I might add, including other things that we've asked for since that first meeting. And are retained by the project file, maintained in Belgrade Town Office under the project name. The applicant has requested in writing that the board waive the following ordinance application requirements and review standards. So that was the phosphorus waiver.
Phosphorus export.
Then the applicant has provided supporting documentation to demonstrate to the board's satisfaction that the following ordinance requirements or standards are not applicable due to the proposed project size, site conditions, design, type, or other unique features. This document includes the following. Do we have? Anything?
Yeah, we had the letter of June 29th. So what I'm gonna write down is 6/29/21 letter with phosphorus export calculations.
Then and/or the applicant has failed to provide adequate supporting documentation to demonstrate to the board's satisfaction that the applicant's proposal meets the ordinance criteria for a waiver from the following requirements or standards. And then if there was that, we have to list some date.
And
Then next is the board finds that the project will or will not cause unreasonable soil erosion or reduction in the land's capacity to hold water so that unsound or unhealthful conditions exist, referencing Article 6, Standards, Section 3 and 13, based on application submittals and the project's design plan dated. So is that
referencing the October 26th, 2020, the most current, that's the most current date, isn't it?
I had June 29th on this one, but I don't know what. Can I see what you're looking at?
Yeah. These, I think, were your original submittals.
Yeah, you can reference those, that's fine. It's probably the easiest way to do it.
And the soil erosion control plan is part of these same plans, right?
Correct.
Thanks. And so we've included those dates. Thank you very much. B, the board finds that the project will or will not have an adverse impact on freshwater wetlands based on. So do you? Some freshwater wetlands.
Yeah, there are wetlands down by Belgrade Stream, but it's not near the proposal itself.
Correct. Right. So that was part of the application submittal in public record, correct?
Yes.
I think we can say that. So
I'm sorry, I was writing when you said, are we gonna vote on these individually or,
traditionally, we have voted as we went along.
but we're gonna,
I think we should vote on them now. I'm sorry, I got ahead of the vote.
okay, so we got the unreasonable soil erosion one that we need to. vote
Right.
on.
So this is voting on the unreasonable soil one. So this is a roll call vote, so that it will not cause unreasonable soil erosion,
I agree. Yeah,
right? So roll call vote, Sarah?
I
Yes.
agree. Yeah.
Craig?
Well, no. Or yes. Yes.
Thank you. George?
Will not, once we have the condition for the certified DEP soil excavation plan. So will not.
Will not. Okay, gotcha.
Will not.
Will not. And I also say will not, and that's a good point about the DEP certified contractor. So
We'll
that's
get you that
fine.
information as soon as we have it.
Understood. And we know how that goes. It's like,
Right, well, we probably can't submit for a building permit until we have it anyway, because we don't know who the building is.
Yeah, right.
right, a lot of things tied together.
Exactly.
So that would be will not. So that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Next is that the board finds that the project will not have adverse impact on freshwater wetlands. So roll call vote. This is freshwater wetlands. We discussed this on the far side of the property. Sarah? Sarah?
Yes,
Yes, that it will not. right?
Yeah.
So,
Will not.
thank you, Craig. George?
Will not.
Pete?
Will not.
I too say will not, so 5 in favor, none opposed.
Just so that everybody knows, we have to write a little justification, and we have this sort of standard language that we use, as Peter mentioned earlier, unless we need to get into something in more detail that simply reads based on project submittals and public record.
And the next one is that the board finds that the project will not have an adverse impact on, this is lake, pond, or stream. So this is lake, pond, or stream. So roll call vote that it will not impact those.
I agree, will not.
Okay, thank you, Sarah. Craig? George?
Will not.
And then Pete?
Will not.
And I agree, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Thank you. Next one is, the board finds that the project will not or will provide for adequate stormwater management. The applicant submitted a stormwater, what's the best way to say it, site location.
Site location development application has a stormwater in it.
So to me, that would be that it will, they have provided, so. Sarah?
I agree, they have to write that.
Well, Craig, yep. George?
Will.
Pete?
Will.
I agree, will, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Next up has to do with the board finds that the project will not or will provide adequate sewage disposal. And you've talked about the subsurface.
King Coffin designed that. Yeah, my brother.
Okay, great. So you know it, right? So
Yeah, you are.
Okay. All right, so that they provided, so I'm saying that it will. They have provided, so Sarah?
It will.
Will. Yeah.
Will.
Pete?
Will.
I'm in favor, so will, 5 in favor, none opposed. Next up is the board finds that the project is not or is located in floodplain area and conforms, does not conform with Belgrade floodplain ordinance based on its submittals. So floodplain, where were we with floodplain?
I gave you a sheet that shows a 100-year flood. It's along the edges and way down by the brook. Floodplain's way down here.
So where the proposed stuff is, it would not.
We have nothing close to flood.
The way it's phrased is that the project is not
Located in a floodplain.
located in the floodplain. So Sarah,
Is not.
right,
Just not.
Craig is not, George,
Is not.
Is not.
Pete, I say is not, 5 saying that,
I got the map in there too, if you want to see it. So it's,
thank you.
Yeah.
Perfect, that's good. 5 in favor, none opposed to that. The next item is that the board finds that the project will not or will result in air or water pollution. This is edit, water or air pollution, will not or will. So I would say that what they provided that it will not. So Sarah,
It will not.
thank you, Craig,
Will not.
George,
Will not.
Pete,
Will not.
I would say it will not. So 5 in favor, none opposed. Next up is that the board finds that the project will not or will have sufficient drinking water for current and foreseeable needs of the development. So drinking water, this is not public drinking water, this is just water for them. So that, I would say the board finds the project will have sufficient drinking water. Sarah,
It will.
will, Craig, will, thank you, George,
Will.
Pete, will, I think that as well, so 5 in favor, none opposed. Very good. We're getting there, thank you, everybody, this is quite a process. Al, you've heard us do this before. Thank you. The board finds that the project, along or in conjunction with existing activities, will not or will adversely impact the quality or quantity of groundwater. So I will say it this way, the board finds that the project, along with existing activities, will not adversely impact quality or quantity. Yes, so Sarah,
Will not.
will not, Craig, thank you, George,
Will not.
Pete will not, I say will not, so that's 5 in favor and none opposed. Next, the board finds that the proposed activity will dispose of all solid waste in conformance with all local regulations, and that the type and quantity of waste proposed to be sent to the town transfer facility will not exceed its capacity. So it will not exceed capacity. It's all going by Casella anyway, so. Sarah,
Will not.
thank you. Craig, will not. Thank you. George,
Will not.
Pete,
Will not.
I agree, 5 in favor that it will not exceed capacity. Next up, J, the board finds that the project will not have a significant detrimental effect on adjacent land uses and properties affected by waste, noise, glare, lighting, fumes, smoke, dust, odors, or their effects from the project. But that it will not have significant detrimental. Sarah,
Will not.
thank you. Craig, will not. George,
Will not.
Pete,
Will not.
I agree that it will not, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. The board finds that the project will not cause unreasonable highway or public road congestion or unsafe conditions with respect to the use of the existing or proposed highways or roads. So will not cause unreasonable highway congestion. So Sarah,
Will not.
thank you. Craig, will not. George,
Will not.
Pete,
Will not.
I agree. 5 in favor that it will not, none opposed. And then the board finds that the project, to the maximum extent possible, will not have adverse effect on the scenic or natural beauty of the area, aesthetics, historic and archaeological sites, or any public rights for physical and visual access to the shoreline of a water body. You got that? So, Sarah,
Will not.
Craig? George?
Will not.
Pete? I agree that it will not. We're getting there, everybody. Just a couple more to go. Really. Yeah. Thank you. The board finds that the project, to the maximum extent possible, will not have an adverse effect on wildlife habitat and critical natural areas identified by the Maine Beginning of Habitat Program. So not, that it will not have an adverse impact on that. Sarah,
Will not.
Craig. Will not. George,
Will not.
Pete. Will not. I agree that it will not. Next up is the board finds that the project does not conform or conforms with all other applicable town of Belgrade ordinances, including but not limited to shoreline zoning, minimum lot size, subdivision, multifamily dwelling, manufactured housing and mobile home park, solid waste and recycling, municipal street and road and adult business, supplemental and junkyard and auto graveyard and tree ordinances. So I'm saying that it does conform, that it conforms. Sarah,
It does.
it does conform. Craig? It does. George?
Conforms.
Pete? Good. Yeah, I agree, it conforms. So that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Next, the board finds that the project will not unreasonably increase the concentration of phosphorus in a great pond. So that it will not unreasonably increase the. Sarah?
Will not.
Will not. Craig? Will not. George?
Will not.
Pete? Will not. I agree that it will not. 5 in favor, none opposed. Next, the board finds that the project will conform to material storage provisions of this ordinance. Will conform. Sarah?
It will conform.
Craig? It will.
Will.
George? Yeah, thank you. Pete? Will. I agree that it will. 5 in favor, none opposed. The board finds that the applicant has sufficient right, title, or interest to undertake the development based on. Okay, so that's that they have title, right, or interest.
Mhm.
Sarah?
It has.
Craig? They have. George?
Has.
Pete? I agree that they do, and it has. So 5 in favor, none opposed.
So I modified the justification a little bit, just to make sure everybody's in agreement. Submission of deed, the application and the public record.
Yeah, that's good. That is an important distinction between that and all of this. Yes, the board finds that the applicant does provide for safe and adequate parking. does provide for safe and adequate parking. Sarah,
It does.
Craig. It does. George,
Does.
Pete. It does. I agree, 5 in favor that it does, none opposed. The board finds that the project will conform to all applicable provisions of this ordinance, including but not limited to development standards for specific activities where applicable. So it's not saying that it does or that they will conform. Sarah,
It will.
Craig, there will. George,
Will.
Pete? Oh, will. I agree that it will, 5 in favor, none opposed. Now we're to the fun stuff, right? Or we'll do some.
Yeah, it goes. Sounds like a proposed concrete.
I would say so. After having gone through the conclusions of law and findings of fact, I said that backwards. That is where we vote. Therefore, the town of Belgrade Planning Board, it's kind of weird.
So this is if we deny it,
Yeah.
this is if we approve it.
Okay, gotcha. I understand, okay, so therefore, the town of Belgrade Planning Board approves this plan, subject to the following conditions and application of guidance and concrete block to develop and use the proposed concrete plan as described in the review criteria findings above. So this way we would vote. So those in favor of approving, yeah, so Sarah,
Yes.
yes. Craig? Yes. George?
Yes, with the condition.
Condition.
Yes, with the condition.
Yeah, and I agree, yes, with the condition. And we're gonna get to that condition, it's the one we talked about so far. Right? So-
The phosphorus. Are you talking about that? The
Contractor.
contract? Okay.
It's all really obvious, there's nothing, about it, but since we know that it's all related to having approval, then we go forward. and do some
Sure.
stuff.
Yeah. No.
Do you mind if I go through while you're writing?
No, I was just writing myself a note.
So the standard conditions of approval. So just make sure. Okay. So we have some standard conditions of approval, I just want to hear them out so you hear them, okay? So if construction has not been substantially started within 12 months of board approval, this approval and subsequent permit from the Belgrade Code Enforcement Officer are null and void. 2, the board approval of this project as described above is limited to that described in the application and depicted in the accompanying plan and other application submissions. except to the extent that the board has expressly indicated in this document that certain depictions may be revised by the applicant without further review and approval by the board. Any changes to the application, site plan, or other supporting application submissions must receive prior approval by the board, including but not limited to changes in the proposed location of structures, roads, parking, vehicle entrance and exits, wells, subsurface wastewater systems, and method of waste disposal, the extent and location of vegetative material areas, material storage, outdoor lighting, signage, methods of stormwater and phosphorus control runoff. So basically, we're saying what we're approving is what you're to do, not over anything above that. Right? 3, unless a waiver from a specific ordinance standard has been requested, the applicant can, by the applicant in writing and approved by the board, the development or use is required to meet all applicable ordinance standards. And 4, the board approval and its associated permit from the code enforcement officer is transferable to subsequent owners of the property. All subsequent owners are required to comply with the conditions that the board's approved of.
Yeah, so, I would suggest as a specific condition, a project-specific condition, in addition to those standard conditions, something along the lines of submission of the name and number of the Belgrade certified contractor. Be provided to the Belgrade code enforcement officer prior to the start of construction.
You mentioned about.
Shouldn't say
It should say D.
Main DEP, so excuse me, thank you.
You're jumping all over you, George.
Yeah, no, and I deserve
I mean, bad about great contacts.
it.
Would you mind giving me that?
Oh, okay, submission of the name and number of the DEP certified contractor prior to the start of construction to the Belgrade code enforcement officer.
Is that clear? I mean, try to be clear. It's very clear. Okay, great, great.
Takes a few tries. but-
So, so with that suggested specific project condition, I think we should probably vote on that. And we've already voted on the plan, but I think we want to make sure we're all in agreement about the wording, right? So to be clear, so I would entertain a motion to accept this specific project condition. So somebody,
I'll make a motion to that effect.
thank you. Seconded.
I see.
Thank you, Sarah. Any more discussion on this project-specific condition? All those in favor of accepting this project-specific condition for this application? So Sarah,
Yes.
yes, Craig,
Yes.
George,
Yes,
Pete,
Yes.
I'm in favor. Thank you very much. So we've got an approved plan with the condition that we just talked about, right? Very straightforward. We'll notify the CEO that it's approved. Gary. It's all ready.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it very much.
Yes, thank you. And I think you've done a nice job at submitting information that we asked for in the ordinance and when we found the gaps.
Yeah.
To address those. So thank you for doing that.
No, just try to quicken the pace up if we could, not to bog you down.
So what did they get? Yeah, tax method.
I don't know. Because I think what we do is tell you that it's approved.
I don't have a form on me.
That was from you for building permit.
Oh, maybe that could be something. Maybe that's- that is- yeah.
I don't think so.
We'll take care of the building permit.
And then we have a number of copies they provided of this stuff. It's all part of the public record, so it's all been part of this.
Yeah, I don't know how she was possible. I'm sure.
I found this application. This is.
Yeah, so that's the, I labeled that as project.
Perfect. And then this is stuff that's going with.
Right.
Yeah.
And
Good night, gentlemen.
I assume this goes to.
Yes.
Let's gag these up.
Put over here.
The only thing that's missing here,
Thanks.
of course, is the application for completeness checklist, so I will do a clean copy of this, send it to Anthony, for him to send to you for electronic signature.
When he does this.
Then I need to clean this, the checklist up, yeah, to send it to.
Yeah.
Peter for electronic signature, since it's got all kinds of little notes.
Yeah.
Rules and stuff.
All right. Thank you for your patience as we go through that. We appreciate that. Next on the agenda, new business shoreland application for William Mitchell. Location is at 142 Main Street on Long Pond, map 26 lot 4. The purpose is to reinforce the foundation, pour a slab, replace existing deck with enclosed room. This is a non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot in the village district. Village district. Excellent. Okay, so let's go through this. Does everybody have the AE Hudson package? Do we have everybody? Great, thank you.
Took me a while to figure out where this was, and one picture told me all I needed to know.
I know, right? Once you see it, you're like, oh, it's that place.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know.
Gazillion.
Well, every time I go to Dave's for coffee or beer.
So, would you like to tell us anything now about the application? Al, would you like to
Sure.
kind of lead us off or lead us through it as you see fit?
Yep, the application is basically to enclose, it's three parts. One is the enclosure of the deck area of the house. The second part is to replace the septic system that is very old, and really don't know what is in there. That's going primarily to Gary and handled by the wastewater control people down in Augusta, reviewed by them. And third is the building of a low profile retaining wall just below the proposed leach field area, but back away from the lake. It will keep the far enough away so we get treatment from the wastewater and also away from the lake. So those are the three parts. The part for enclosing the building, it's the same exact footprint that's there now. There's a partially enclosed deck, if you will. That would be essentially the foundation and the first floor, one floor above the basement. And it would match into the existing roof lines And there are sketches in the application that show you how that would fit in. That's the primary part of the application. So it's simply modification of existing building, no increase in the footprint. And the second part that the planning board would be reviewing is the construction of the retaining wall. It would be, there's a sketch of that we prepared and was submitted just recently. It's about 22 inches high, or be 22 inches. And it will set back at least 26.5 feet away from the high water mark. Silt fences below that, and everything will be revegetated all around that, the construction. The silt fence will also, is part of the, all plumbing applications that are anywhere near a water body before they even start. So those are the three parts of the application.
Thank you very much, Al. Appreciate that. So for the planning board, what aspects of this application so far would you like to address first? Would you like to go at the retaining wall, which I think meets the definition of a structure? I think.
There's a specific provision in the ordinance that allows for these small retaining walls. I have a question about it as we get into it. There is specific provision. It's on page 31 of the ordinance, principal and accessory structures provision.
Okay, thank you, Rich, because I want to make sure we address that straight away. So Rich was saying that there's a provision for that type of structure. So we're on page 31. Is that on 5, I'm sorry, 6B?
6. It's 6, and there's some criteria that need to be met. And while we're on it, I'll just mention it. I don't see in the thing or any discussion so far about the planting of shrubs and stuff within the first 25 feet back toward the water. There's a provision that says you need to plant 25 feet of shrubs and other material, and allows for a footpath through that 25 foot.
Yeah, that's a good question. There is shrubs on the waterfront right now, and they come back about 15 feet. The ordinance does require for buffering in that area, but that vegetated buffer from back 25 feet back from normal high water, it needs woody and herbaceous vegetation. So, and that could be allowed to just grow up, naturally revegetate itself in like a meadow style where it's not mowed and left unmowed area, and plantings could be added in that location to expand the existing shrubs that are there now. The pathway, no pathway is needed between the retaining wall and the lake. The pathway is beyond the end of the retaining wall, down to an existing pathway that goes to the dock. And that's shown on the plan that the surveyors prepared. But that's the only thing we hadn't made a special comment on is planting of special vegetation in that buffer area.
So the question is, I think, what's the standard, the planning board going to require that 10 foot to be planted with shrubby vegetation, or
Yes.
the planning board allow it to go back on its own?
And if I may, excuse me, add, by the way, I'm William Mitchell. For those of you who don't know me. Before I bought the home, the Grover's owned this home before who I purchased it from. And I'm not sure who does the Lake Smart certification in Belgrade. But this property was a Lake Smart property, certified property. And I haven't changed a thing. I just haven't gotten around to requesting, when property transfers, if you go back, I don't know if it's the resource center or who does that certification process. But this property was certified as a Lake Smart property. And I have not altered the shrubbery and the buffer zone of this property since I purchased it.
And that's intact now. We just didn't have a photograph of that.
It's quite deep. I think it may be more than 15 feet. It's a very deep, thick buffer along the shoreline.
Yeah, and where the retaining wall will be closest to the water, that shrubbery comes, it might be even 20 feet. There's not much room there to speak of. They could be left to naturally revegetate.
I actually think if you compare it to most properties on most lakes, it's quite intense. It's a very deep, thick set of a buffer zone.
So in answer to the question about who to go to for the Lake Smart part, to the best of my knowledge, that would not be a town of Belgrade function. I would steer you towards the Seven Lakes Resource Center across the street, and I think it would be a great resource.
And I know Laura Rose Day quite well. She's very familiar with the property, and although I shouldn't speak for her, she's very much in favor of this project moving forward, particularly the replacement of the septic system and leach field, which we think is quite dated and needs a full replacement.
So do you mind if I just ask a question? Rich is still on the same topic. May I do
Oh,
that?
I was just gonna point out that I'm not sure we have much of a choice. Everything in here says something must. And I don't think we really have the authority, or whatever the word would be, to allow it to just grow up. It says if you've got the buffer, if you got the wall, it's gotta be 25 feet, and the area in front of it must be revegetated. So if maybe you're getting picky for 10 feet or whatever, but I think, my thinking is that we need to require those herbaceous and scrubby material to be done in the 25 foot. Other than that, I don't see any problem with the retaining wall project.
May I ask if there were no retaining wall, there would not be a 25-foot buffer?
That's correct.
Interesting.
Basically, it's a
It seems
structure.
counterintuitive to me.
It's considered a structure.
I understand that, but the grade is flatter versus no retaining wall would have a tapered off and free flow into the water. That seems very counterintuitive to me.
But it
Which is
does,
the reason why the buffer, the retaining wall provision was put in there.
Sure.
Was to allow people to more or less create a flatter area and have less runoff. But since it was a special provision that said, well, we're gonna allow that, but we want a buffer there.
if I may point out though, on section G in page 32, it has the items I, double I, triple I, and IV. And IV talks about a minimum buffer width of 15 feet horizontal distance is required, measured perpendicular to normal high water line or upland edge of the wetland. Where up here they say it has to be established within the 25, and here they say the minimum width of it is 15 feet. I think what's there now is close to the 15 feet, so we would honor the 15 feet no matter what.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So it says within that boundary, and within that boundary, it has to be at minimum 15 feet wide. That's as I.
Okay, so what you're saying, within that 15 feet, you're gonna have to put some more.
If it's not 15 feet wide. we need
Move
to plant
regulation
more.
or whatever.
Right.
Big ones and small or whatever. Yeah.
And we might find that we maybe by having the wall there, we just plant, just fill it in.
It does seem kind of contradictory here that it says within 25 feet and then the buffer needs to be 15. I can understand where you're coming from. Yeah.
Then we don't need a footpath through that intersection of the. There's already a footpath beyond the end of where the wall would go.
And it's a series of 2 or 3 little steps to crushed stone. It's just not a free flowing path down to the water. It's a 2 or 3 step dam with crushed stone to catch any sediment that might run down through there versus just a round to the lake. They did a nice job of it.
Excellent. So I'm just curious, I'm looking at the bird's eye view of the site plan here, and I can see where it says the new 20-inch high retaining wall. And so my question is, I'm just curious, is the footpath at the northern edge of that retaining wall? Or southern, okay.
Yeah, actually, you see where the little jut out is there? I think the retaining wall goes right out there, and a dock extends out from there.
This one this way. Okay. Okay, so Rich, I'm not sure, are we settled on what we're talking about, because relative to that buffer?
I guess my thinking is, after reading this and seeing what has been said, my thinking is that there has to be a buffer of 25 feet of vegetation. But I think probably the shrubs and other things could be in fact 15 feet.
Which I think we meet that at least 15 feet. That's quite deep.
Rich, I'm not quite clear on what you just said.
Says a vegetative buffer is established within 25 feet.
Right,
And then further down, it says the minimum buffer width of 15 feet.
oh, okay,
So I'm thinking that if it's shrubbery, shrubs and other type of buffer within 15 feet of the water, that's okay, but the grass and whatever has to go back 25 feet. You can't have crushed stone or something like that. It's gotta be
It'd be all
it's gotta be
Oh, yeah,
vegetative.
it would be all grass,
At
leading
least.
to the buffer,
Yeah.
which is at least 15 feet deep.
and
Okay,
And we think that the survey didn't show that, but the shrubs are very big.
well, and that's what's giving me a little bit of trouble. I mean, the site drawing is pretty clear where it's located and the height of the retaining wall. Unfortunately, neither does the narrative of the application mentions the retaining wall. And nor do we have a photo of it and the vegetation of the buffer that's in question here as to whether it meets the requirements of the ordinance. So it leaves us with a hole.
yeah,
Or a condition.
I think I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, it may be that no condition is necessary. It's just,
Yeah.
you know, we don't have in front of us the information that documents what you just told us.
Yeah, but rather than the delay, we could just handle it with a condition of 15 feet buffer with the grass remaining 25 feet. That way we don't have a delay, we can just move on with the condition.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. I mean, the alternative would be to do a site visit.
Right. So Rich, did you hear what he was talking
I
about?
think Craig said a condition of the area have a buffer of 25 feet and 15 feet must be, the first 15 feet must be herbaceous shrubby material.
Yeah,
Combination of both.
okay, So-
I think that would be okay as long as very clear that that's what we approved, not all grass.
right. So Sarah, do you understand what we're
I
talking about?
understand.
Okay, all right, so, and it sounds like we have consensus that a condition such as that be part of this and then continue to move on the application.
Mhm.
Okay, so All right, so we had some discussion about the wall. Thanks for bringing us to page 31 to talk about the retaining wall part. I think that addresses one aspect of this. Maybe, can we go to like, what's the next aspect is the
building.
yeah, they want to enclose the deck there and all that. Is it okay to go there? Okay. What questions do we have about that? Let's get Pete.
Yeah, just the height, asking the board. How do we figure the height on this? What's the, is we have the existing roof line of the building or less or what?
It is going to the existing roof line.
And we have the height of it in here, on this map here,
That one is at 22.
22 feet, 11 inches. That's the west elevation view.
The height is gonna be the same as what was there.
Yes.
What
What's
is
there now? Right? It's just an extension of the, I'll call it family room that looks out to the lake. You're just extending it out 8 more feet, 8 or 9 more feet, whatever it is. At that same roof line.
That's actually shown on drawing A2.1. That's the view you see looking in from the lake. And there's no, the roof line, you can't see the existing roof line because it's matched right into it.
Yeah, it shows in A21 and it shows in A20 in both of them.
Yes.
And if you look at the pictures of the house, the third one in shows the deck, and you'll see the existing roof line of this family room. We'll just extend that out to the outer edge of the deck.
So correct me if I'm wrong, so that roof line is going to be extended towards the water.
Yeah, correct. And the ordinance says that if there's no roof line to match, the maximum height in a building that's within that setback would have a 20-foot height limitation. This one is going to be 22 to match the existing. It says either 20 is 20 or existing roof line.
Okay, but the only question I have, and I'm not totally, I don't have everything in front of me, which I should have looked at. I want to make sure if the height limitation is 20 feet normally there, that where the building now is 22 feet, that as you move closer to the water, is that
Getting taller.
if the land is sloping toward the water, so you're getting a drop, so you're getting a higher, to get to that same point, you're getting a higher end product of where the height is.
Right.
I just want to make sure we're aware of that and
So,
figure out whether that's an
yeah,
issue.
so the height needs to be measured at the closest point of the structure to the lake shore.
From the
Since that's where
ground
the
surface.
lowest elevation is gonna be.
And that's in line with what we've done with other applicants.
Yes, right.
So
I think
this
so.
one is 20 rather than 25?
I think the
Within
lot, the
25
new
feet.
shoreline zoning law changed, right, where it said either greater or, which, if the existing building is at whatever it is, the addition, it can't go any higher, but you go up to you go to the limit that you have, which would be less, but if the building you're attached to is higher, you go to the greater or. The old reading of the law was, it was lesser of the two, and now it's the greater of the two. So I'm bringing the point up.
Yep.
So I think they can do what they're looking to do.
Yeah, and I think the grade on the front end of that deck is at the same grade as the front edge of that existing family room wall.
I think there's a floor in that underneath the deck, which is at floor level, and the grade of the ground is almost level as well. Maybe a 3-inch drop.
at the most. So in other words, underneath the deck, underneath the current deck, the grade of that floor is level. I don't think
Is
it's,
it concrete?
no, it's like 2x2 cedar or some wooden pallets of some sort.
So how far is that? The septic system is 42 feet. That's gonna be 50, 55, 60 feet
To the
away from
front.
the lake.
Yes, in that range, yes.
I think you actually measured
52, 56, something like that.
56 feet.
56 feet.
Yeah, from the high water mark, or what we can determine was the high water.
So what's the height limitations of 56 feet?
Normally, wouldn't that be 20 feet?
That's what we see in page 10.
Yeah.
CI. But it also says, or the height of the existing structure, whichever is greater.
Which is what Pete's point
Right.
was, right?
Right, and that's where we are, slightly greater than 20 feet.
The maximum. Right,
But
and
when,
then the method of measurement, though, that's what we're talking
yeah,
about.
that's what we're talking about, because my interpretation of the photo is that there's an elevation drop going towards the lake. And so that brings that,
No, because the grade underneath the deck is flat right now.
oh, I'm sorry, never mind, I got it.
That's flat there. So when I'm coming in
Yeah,
closer
I
to the
got
lake,
it.
when I'm
Yeah,
coming in closer to the lake,
yeah, that's
the
right.
grade
I'm sorry.
under, yeah,
Yep,
yes,
I got it now.
yes, thank you.
So in that sense, there's no elevation change.
Change.
Yeah, there's no elevation change at all.
An inch or two, it's not much.
All right,
Question for you, Al, is the retaining wall necessary for the construction of the leach field?
It isn't, but it will help the overall transport of anything, the water leaving that site, and slow it down, so you don't have rapid runoff. But it's not going to necessarily improve the performance of the leach field. But it does help with the grading away from the leach field. It'll be a more fill extension, if you will.
Yeah,
And yes, more fill extension means more complete treatment.
thanks.
Normally, the fill extension would only go out 3 feet and then slope off at 4 to 1, which is somewhat steep. This way, it's only going to be grading off at about 6 to 1 or 7 to 1.
Very good, thank you.
So when you do the renovation, what's it, is it going right back on a deck, or are you putting in the foundation?
The existing deck will be ripped off.
Yeah.
They'll pour a foundation and build the first floor room on that foundation. Or cross wall.
And then close the top of the deck.
Close. Close. Yeah.
The application did ask for a response from the plumbing inspector. There's no plumbing to be added in this addition, this enclosure. The only plumbing will be the replacement of the septic.
and that permitting's already been done through.
Yeah, because it has to go to the state, because there's a variance attached, they have to do it.
It's a setback from the lake.
When they do, then I can.
The code, I think, allows for systems to go in if they're no closer to a, no, if they don't encroach on the setback. But we don't know what the existing system is, so for clarity and permanent records, we've filed the variance request, and it's because it's where it is, the state has to be involved, and so it'll be in their records too.
So as far as the septic system replacement or whatever, that's really not even a planning board issue, is it, for us permitting? So
No.
you've got 3 parts, but only 2 of them really pertain to us.
That's true, but we figured that if this is a place where it would all be recorded, all the activities that are gonna take place. So you might come down there, but someone later on and say, well, gee, what's going on? What's this? No, it's part of the application.
Al, could you talk a little bit about what's gonna be involved with replacing and pouring, or maybe just pouring a slab? And how much soil disturbance that will cause?
Well, hopefully it won't require too much. They'll trench for pouring the footings and the wall, frost walls, and they'll probably, we showed double silt fencing of the whole area. The work on that building will probably proceed first, and then the retaining wall, and the last would be the septic system as they go out. Whole area will need to be carefully controlled for erosion control, and that's why we have double silt.
That'll trigger the requirement for having a DEP certified contractor, but we can handle that as a condition.
Yeah, the contractor is going to be Scott Lyons out of
Manchester.
I know he's certified.
Yeah, I mean, if you have this number now, we can complete it in the application.
I'm gonna text him right now and see if he'll answer. And what am I asking him for?
His DEP certification number is soil erosion control certification number.
He does a lot of work, I think, around the lakes in the area.
I know he knows how to operate an excavator real well.
Very good.
Did my cousin a couple months ago. It was amazing watching him take that layer of blacktop away. Moving, never touched my lawn.
That's good. So I have a question, and I just want to make sure I'm clear on understanding this. This is a non-conforming structure on a non-conforming lot, correct? And is what's being proposed, is that viewed as in any shape or form an expansion?
No.
Because we're not increasing the footprint, right?
Right.
So, and then I'm on page 12, I'm looking at item number 3, it says foundations. And it talks about whenever a new, enlarged, or replacement foundation is constructed under a non-conforming structure, the structure and the new foundation must be placed such that the setback requirement is met to the greatest practical extent as determined by the planning board based on its decision on the criteria specified in subsection 5, relocation. So I'm only asking about it because I want to make sure that we're being thorough when we do this. What's being proposed is a foundation of some sort, so I'm thinking is this applicable, this number 3?
No.
I think one of the things we have to look at is the structure is the entire, it's all joined together, so it's one structure.
Okay.
So you can't,
This,
I think that's more or less when you're doing the whole thing.
Right.
This is already existing with the basement,
Okay,
so it's not practical to move the basement
understood.
into the main street.
Right. Wouldn't want to do that at all, right?
Move it into the DOT right away.
I don't think we want to touch it. The other foundation is stone. I don't think we want to touch that.
Okay. It makes sense that we couldn't do anything, but I was just a little unclear, only because of the phrase new, enlarged, or replacement. I didn't know if that was applicable. I understand what we're saying.
That's a good point, because some people may ask that same question, and then they'll want to understand. So
You know it's good.
covering it.
It's a high visibility project because it's in the village and there'll be people on either side of whatever decision happens. Some will be happy and some will be not happy, no matter what. So. We're not talking about removing any trees down there.
Here's one that great big old maple, tough shape though.
From the microburst.
Yeah, yeah.
Take it down.
Well, you know how to handle that, you talk to the code enforcement officer, Gary, he would be able to give you advice as to how to do that. Talk to Gary.
Always a good first step.
Definitely.
Talk to Gary. How big is this lot?
15,000 something,
And
250, 15,250 square feet.
And with the new roof line that's going out over the deck and then enclosing that deck. Could you talk to us a little bit, maybe you have already, I could have missed it, how to handle the runoff, any water running off?
But the same amount of water will be running off in the future, that's running off now. It's it'll essentially be running, most of it will be running around the leach field, at least on the north end.
Oh, I see.
It goes beyond the end of the leach field, would go partially around the end of the retaining wall, but the retaining wall, you can level that off so it slows it down substantially. And the other side, it's just it will cross the leach field, but the slope of the land with the retaining wall will be very gradual, quite a bit less steep than it is now.
As a standard condition, we include a requirement that stormwater be managed, and because you are increasing the amount of the roof.
Well, yes, but there's deck there now.
Yeah, but you're gonna have a sloped roof going into your direction, so
Yeah.
you are gonna have increased runoff and with more velocity than currently.
It'll be-
And so we would typically approve these with a condition that stormwater be managed in accordance with DEP best management practice. I can't tell from the photographs. If this went to Lake Spark, I would have thought they would have handled that, but it doesn't look like it.
Basically, what we're getting at is a runoff from the roof. One of the DEP best practices, essentially a stone line drip edge.
The drip edge, That's, they work quite well until winter. And in spring, they don't work much at all, but we could do that.
I mean, the option's gonna be yours, because you have the full menu
Yeah,
to select from.
I guess if we did that, we could do that on the south side where the stairs are.
Right, it already exists on the south side.
I was gonna ask you, does it already exist?
Well,
Because,
yeah, if you look at the third picture in, you see the deck, you look at the lawn, the chimney,
yep,
and at the base of that is a stone. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah,
Yep.
it's usually crushed stone.
It's all
Crushed
crushed
stone.
stone, you can see
There
it.
now,
Okay, so maybe you already meet it.
right, but we would extend that to the edge of the new roof.
correct.
Yeah, and it already comes all the way to the front of the deck anyway,
Right now,
right now, it exists already, so we would just keep that there.
Okay, so that's no harm, no foul.
Right, it's just the concept of managing it, that's all.
no, that
Right,
was a
Yeah.
good question.
And is that true on the other side?
No,
No.
we can add that very easily.
Yeah, okay.
Happy to,
Yeah.
if that's a recommendation, sure.
Anyway, that's just standard condition of approval.
Sure.
However, with the construction, that will be disturbance likely.
Yes, but it's only a 2 foot wide or 2.5 foot wide trench, foot deep. very minor.
But we'll reestablish, any disturbance we'll put that back.
Thank you.
So we've talked about a number of things with regard to this application, including addressing what the structure is, that retaining wall, and then the buffer issue. We talked about roof runoff for the, when you reestablish or establish a new foundation, if you will, slab foundation, phosphorus foundation, for that deck area that you're proposing to enclose. We also talked about stuff that we don't have any recourse on, right? So the what you're asking for, variance is gonna go to the state first before anything.
The septic system.
Right, we don't have anything to do with that, but it's part of the record, right? So, relative to this application, we talked about roof height or height as it pertains to this proposed building activity. What other questions do we have about this particular application that would help us make a decision on it? Does anybody have anything? And to be fair, we talked about probably 3 conditions. One's a standard one, and then might be 2 others, right? So I think there's
One other, oh, 2 others with the contract number.
Yes, sir. That was one.
And the other was the
Vegetation.
vegetation.
Right.
In the buffer.
The buffer,
Right.
I do have a question on the issuance of the permit. So that's regarding the enclosure of the deck, not the septic.
Yes, I need to issue that too. I can't,
But that is a permit, requires a permit.
when I get back from the state, I'll call you before. So they can.
The only reason I ask is, we're scheduled, as you know, we've been talking about this for a long time, we're scheduled to start work on September 12th.
Oh, yeah.
If I don't start then, I won't be able to do it till next year.
The state's usually pretty quick.
Yeah.
So, okay.
Brent, if you can't put it in the top of the file.
Yeah.
I actually lost his phone number. Can you give me one too?
Yeah.
Okay.
So are there other questions for the applicant or the representative?
I just have one, the slab is basically underneath the deck area, whatever, it's not there now.
Okay, we are talking about an application in the village that will be a high visibility project, no doubt. I hope you can appreciate several reasons why we're going to be so thorough. But they're always controversial, always. So we have 3 conditions brewing. Have we addressed every concern about the application so far?
I think so.
Thanks, so.
I feel satisfied with it so far. So before we approve the application, we do have this, another, please forgive us as we, and bear with us, as we go through findings of fact and conclusions of law process. So please, we'll try and be as quick as we can, because I know you have to get going, and we don't want to burn up all your night, so, all right, so, are we okay to move to that part? And I'll write this time, because you wrote last time.
Okay.
So the applicants on the date applied for shoreline permit 4. The application was presented to the planning board on today's date, which is 8/5/21. Conclusions of law. So based on the application materials, testimony, statements, evidence, documents, and other materials submitted to it, and the above findings of fact, the Belgrade Planning Board finds that the project is or is not a permitted use under section 14, table 1 of the ordinance, and further makes the following conclusions based on the applicable provisions in section 16D of the ordinance. So we use the language based on application submittals. In public record. So we have a number of these things to go through. There are 8 at the start, and then I think what we did before is to vote on those individually, right? Individually, and then when we get to the land use standards, I think we voted those as a whole.
Yeah,
As a slate.
yeah.
So we'll try to be as quick as we can, because I know everybody's busy. So the first one this is relative to section 16D of the ordinance, so that proposed project will maintain healthful and safe and healthful conditions. By a vote, we'll do that in a second, the board found the standard was met. So the fact that this will maintain safe and healthful conditions, that was met. Sarah?
Yes,
Yes. Craig?
Well,
Yes,
Craig?
Yes.
Thanks, Pete, and I vote in favor, so I'm gonna say 5-0 based on, and then next one that 2 will not result in water pollution, erosion, or sedimentation to surface waters. So by a vote, the board found the standard was met. So this is about that it will not result in water pollution, erosion, or sedimentation.
it will not.
Thank you, Sarah. Craig?
well, not the conditions.
Well,
And I agree. So that's 5 in favor, none opposed. 3, will adequately provide for the disposal of all wastewater. So by a vote, the board found the standard was met. So I have a question about that.
Might be not applicable in this particular case, because this particular project's not what's.
But it is going to do that. And then, it's part of the information essentially provide, because it's gonna be required.
I think we can go either way, Peter.
You can say not applicable, but, or you could say it will.
We'll meet it, yeah.
So that it will meet it. And it's, in my mind, it will meet it, but it's based on the fact that it's got to get through somewhere else first, right?
They get a review of the variance.
Yeah.
I don't know, how do other board members feel?
well, we're not really doing the septic system, so I feel like it will.
I think that it will, you know. Are you
Yeah,
okay
no,
with
I'm fine with that. I just
But,
was trying to link it with what was generating wastewater.
right. So I would say let's vote on this then. I think if we're all in agreement that it will,
Sure.
so that it will. So Sarah?
Yes, it will.
Yes, it will. Craig?
It will.
Yes,
Pete?
it will.
I agree, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Thanks for that discussion. 4, will not have an adverse impact on spawning grounds, fish, aquatic life, bird, or other wildlife habitat. By a vote, the board found the standard was met. So this is, it will not have an adverse impact on spawning grounds, so it will not have an impact.
It will not.
Thank you.
Will not.
George? Pete?
Yes. Oh, will not.
That it will not. I agree that it will not, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. That it will conserve shore cover and visual, as well as actual points of access to inland waters. By a vote, the board found the standard was met. This is that it will conserve shore cover and visual, as well as actual points of access. Sarah?
It will.
Will. Craig?
Will.
Well, I agree. That's 5 in favor, none opposed. That it will protect archaeological and historic resources as designated in the comprehensive plan. So by a vote, the board found the standard was met. This is about archaeological and historic resources.
As close as we've gotten to somebody being close to a historical resource.
It is, right? 'Cause it's what, two doors down?
Right.
Yeah, 2 doors down. So that, we're saying that it was met, right? So, and did you understand what George was talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, because we cited basically there are 4 in town, right? Or
Yeah.
something like that. And this is darn close, but not the one.
Yeah.
Close but no cigar.
Yeah, exactly. So Sarah
It does.
does, Craig. Yeah, and George.
Does.
Pete. I am in favor of that too, so 5 in favor, none opposed. Next up is it will avoid problems associated with floodplain development and use. Floodplain development and use. By a vote, the board found this standard was met. Floodplain. You're not in the floodplain, are you? Yeah, 'cause that's-
No way.
yeah. Okay, so that it did meet this. So Sarah,
It does.
Craig, George, Pete, I'm in favor, so that's 5 in favor, none opposed. Then we're on number 8, which is a whole slate. And some of these, I think we have gone to not applicable, and I think, does the board agree that we could, in some cases, say the same thing? Like, for example, just for everybody's awareness, mineral exploration and extraction and so those we've done that, right? So.
No coal mine under one pond or anything like that.
Yeah, all right.
I don't think so.
Okay. So those are the types of things that we have to discuss, because as you might imagine, others might interact with this. So that number 8, it is in conformance with the provisions of the land use standards, section 15 of the ordinance. So that first one is A, minimum lot standards. Is that an A in this case? Any idea?
I would say so, yeah.
That it's not applicable?
Yeah.
Did everybody agree and then we're not?
Expanding footprint.
Then B, principal and accessory structures. I think we'd vote on this one because
The retaining wall is considered an accessory structure.
indeed, okay, so I'm going to use the same language we had before, I'll specify retaining wall.
Is it a slab and accessory as well?
What's
Do you
that?
know- Do you know foundation slab?
That's not accessory.
That would
That's
not be
not accessory.
accessory. No,
Yeah.
not by the definition. So we'll vote on all of these that are not NA after we get through. After identifying them. C is campgrounds. Okay, thank you. D, individual private campsites.
And then,
E, commercial and industrial uses. F, parking areas. G, roads and driveways.
None proposed.
None proposed. H, signs.
None.
I, stormwater runoff. to me, that's gonna be one of those conditions of approval. So I'm gonna point to J, septic waste disposal systems. This is getting back to that other topic. What's the best way to reference that part? Septic waste disposal systems. It's really.
Word decided it's applicable, so
Mhm.
standard language.
Okay. Then one of my favorites is K, essential services. L, mineral exploration and extraction. And A, agriculture. Timber harvesting and land management roads. O, clearing or removal of vegetation for activities other than timber harvesting. And A. P, hazard trees, storm damaged trees, or dead tree removal. None was proposed. But I don't know, do we agree with that? Q, exemptions to clearing and vegetation removal requirements. Revegetation requirements. That actually is part of,
No, that's a different standard.
oh, it is a different.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a different standard, so it's NA.
In that case, okay, thank you. S, erosion and control, sedimentation control.
Standard language. Sort of root control plan.
T, shoreline stabilization.
NA.
Soils.
Standard language. They provided this, soil needed for the.
Yep.
septic system.
V, water quality.
With the conditions.
W, historical and archaeological sites. A, X, resource protection. And then we have conditions of approval needed to meet required Belgrade's shoreline zoning ordinance findings of section 16B. So our standard one that we have, unless is deemed unnecessary, is to manage stormwater runoff and from new or expanded structures in accordance with section 59 of the Belgrade shoreline zoning ordinance and Maine DEP's best management practices as outlined in conservation practices for homeowners application. That such measures are to be put in place prior to building use. So this is a standard condition that we have. So website or publications that list all those methods that are available to you.
I think what we'd be doing is having the drip edge stone on the north side. It already exists on the south side. And that'll be maintained. No one on the north side.
Yeah, easily beat it.
Yeah, very good. Then I think we had a couple of other conditions, right? We wanted to make sure the DEP certification number. So I'm just writing that down here so that the DEP, is it contract certification number?
So he has responded. He said he'd follow up with you, Gary. He thinks it's number 786, but you know, he's not in the shop.
Take what time.
So, but he
Yeah.
said I'll follow up with Gary.
It's only 9, he's not in the shop. What do you mean? All right, so the DEP contractor certification number be provided to the CEO prior to the start of construction?
Yeah.
Is that okay? And then the other one, how do we want to say that one?
Well, I have some language that
Okay,
for people's consideration.
and I think Rich will be able to supply, if we miss anything, he'll be able to.
Yeah.
You're talking about the buffer?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was gonna keep it pretty generic rather than try to get in the weeds, but establish and maintain a vegetative buffer in accordance with section 15. I'll just read this rather than you. Then we'll talk about it. Establish and maintain a vegetative buffer in accordance with section 15B6 of the land use standards of the ordinance between the proposed retaining wall and normal high water mark of the lake. By photograph of vegetative buffer to code enforcement officer within 60 days of permit approval. That way, we have documentation that's already been done.
That'll work.
You like that? Is
Yeah,
that-
the standards are right there in that section. And
Right.
the photo is up very much.
That's just a reference to what we discussed earlier.
So the 60 days prior, or 60 days after,
After permit approval.
or construction, because,
Well, they're not even starting until the end of September.
right. So they're gonna dig up a little bit.
I can show you a picture. I take pictures of the sunset all the time. You can't, would you like to see? It doesn't matter.
We'll make copies.
Yeah.
That's all.
Great.
You can submit that tomorrow when we're done.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
But it is-
This is substantial buffer.
Yeah,
So Craig, you bring us.
We're not gonna touch that.
yeah, no,
Oh, I can see his gorgeous from here.
Now, don't look at the sunset.
Oh, okay. Pay attention to the
Oh, yeah.
details.
all right, very good. Yeah,
It's
no.
It's
Once we
substantial.
have a picture of that in the file, we're good.
Yeah.
So Craig's point, I think, had to do with the timing of such, right, so.
What would you suggest for a change, Craig?
Well,
I was just trying to give them a reasonable amount of time.
yeah, but they're gonna be doing the construction, so the grass is gonna be disturbed, maybe not that buffer on the grass, but I look, you know.
Yeah,
how big-
so you think it should be before construction starts? Is that what you're suggesting?
No. When construction's completed.
Good, I mean, they got the photo right there, they submitted.
Yeah, and that was to document the extent of the buffering that's there now.
Yeah, no,
It's
I'm,
gonna be, we're not gonna get into the existing buffering. And if it's not 15 feet, we'll expand it to it.
okay, so, if that gets to your point then. Provide with a photograph of vegetative buffer to CEO upon completion of construction.
That sounds good.
We're not disrupting
Well,
any
we're
of
not-
what's there now.
We need one before and one after. Yes,
Yeah.
one,
He sent me one before.
Yeah, I'll get you one before and I'll get you
So
one
we got
after.
that.
We'll see the,
And so you folks are more than welcome anytime to come see.
thank you. I would love to come see that. It'd be great.
The keys in your boat.
But only,
No. Is it the gas in the grill?
Establish and maintain a
There's
vegetative
gas in the grill.
buffer in accordance.
I was waiting for that.
Engineers, cooler,
15.
fish bowls.
15B6.
It could be.
Be a nice addition to the house. Yeah.
Period, provide. Two CEs.
For the other contractor all picked up, it's gonna do the carpentry work.
Yeah, it's a gentleman by the name of Paul Grenier from Waterville. Does a lot of work. Very, very good.
And is this part still in there? Between the portions and that's probably still.
Yeah, that goes right there. Sorry.
Very linear.
Yep, I see it.
About the arrows going all.
Okay, good, thank you very much. So we have the standard condition that we talked about, and then we have the two other ones. One is to, that the DEP contractor certification number be provided to the CEO prior to the start of construction. Then this one, establish and maintain vegetative buffer in accordance with section 15B6 land use standards of the ordinance. Provide photograph between proposed retaining wall and normal high water mark of the lake. Provide photograph of vegetative buffer to CEO upon completion of construction.
Easy enough.
Okay, we good. I think we hit the mark, right? Okay, if that's the case, we have not yet voted to approve this, but we're just getting closer, so hang on. Okay, this is where we vote. So after having gone through all those things, we would then say the town of Belgrade Planning Board approved by a vote, and this will be vote, that the shoreline application of William Mitchell. Okay, this is where we vote. So those who vote to approve this application. So Sarah,
Yes.
Craig,
Yes.
George,
Yes.
Pete, yes. And I vote to approve, so it'll be 5 in favor, none opposed to approve. So it's been approved, it'll be, the permit will be mailed to you.
Thank you very
You
much.
have Richard? You're not voting?
He's
yet?
an alternate.
Oh, as an alternate.
So when we have a full 5,
Here I vote.
Alright. I thought you were on voting before because you were not present to the first presentation that we did.
all right, so that wraps that up. And I know that you have a lot more stuff to do, so please, best wishes on your
Thank you.
project. Know there'll be a lot of eyes on that. If you have any questions as you go along, Gary is a great resource.
Yes, yeah.
Thank you
Thank
very
you all
much.
very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We've been working with all
Been a
of you.
while.
Thank you. Should we have this one?
And thank you.
Okay, this is what I did, Gary.
You're, so Mr. Mitchell, you're associated with insurance agents?
Yes, GHM Insurance.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's my insurance. My father's and.
Must be very nice.
Yeah.
I know very good.
Mostly duplicates,
Yeah, Ray worked with me for, I don't know, maybe the last 12,
So,
13 years.
to save time here,
Yeah, a couple of years, 3 years ago.
I didn't
Yeah,
write the
really.
same thing
They
based
sold
on
their house.
application. So
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
They had an estate sale there back in the water.
Yeah.
And maybe,
Amazing
I was
stuff.
typing it, maybe.
Yeah, real nice.
They had quite a
But
inside
seven
of the
questions
house.
or so.
Quite spectacular old home, really nice. Yeah.
I've worked at the Bureau of Insurance.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
11?
Okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, what are we doing there?
then we'll probably electronically sign something. Yes.
I didn't know. Insurance.
Sure.
Just
One of
sign
the,
it.
one of the,
Yeah.
one of the.
Since we started Dan.
Well, we-
Well, this goes back.
Well, I think you'll sign it.
Looked like there's three reviews. But really,
Let's try it.
Yeah.
Can we try it?
It doesn't move that first part.
So what the hour?
Lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, and then there's that.
Quick question.
But anyway.
Good to see you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary.
Send me that phone number.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So,
I didn't even bring my phone. It's similar to like an aircraft. You know, like an aircraft, you're trying an airplane for liability purposes, and then you have your physical damage part.
we have Charles.
Not admitted, right now. Yeah, there's not a lot of standard carriers.
That's okay.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Thank you very
Thank
much
you
for
again.
coming in. Really
Good to see
appreciate
you
it.
all.
Good seeing you all. Best wishes on the project.
And seriously, feel free to pop in anytime and take a look.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you so much.
Take
Take
care.
care.
Have a great night.
See you later.
Okay, so that takes care of those things. Next up, we have continued review of the town subdivision ordinance. Charles, you hanging with us?
Oh, I'm still hanging in.
You're a good man. Oh, my
I
God.
hope you got out for a couple beers in the meantime.
I know.
I wish.
All right, so where are we, sir?
So right now I know that the subdivision ordinance, or the new one, is going to the select board, I think on the 16th.
Yes,
So I provided them, they wanted track changes, but unfortunately we pretty much rewrote the whole document from the model ordinance and kind of combined it. So I sent them a memo sometime last week, and Peter, I think I sent it to you to pass along as well. It's completely final. I made sure to make sure all the chapter references are accurate, the table of contents is accurate. All the tables at the end of the performance guarantees section, I believe, have been added, so they're not referring it, and that's just the state standards for like thickness of pavement materials, for road, it's mostly just road design stuff, which is pretty standard and all from the model ordinance. Yeah, and then everything else is pretty complete. I think George really helped put together a final, all the final references, whether it's to the correct document at the state or federal level. So George, thank you for that. But right now, I don't think there's really too much. I'm really here now that we have a final document. Any questions from the planning board, I'm more than happy to answer. I'm doing a quick review as well. And I've had some time tonight to also put everything to just go through everything. There's a few comments in the document itself. Most of them are like, we should probably keep this, but I don't know if we had a 100% answer on that. It was like a covenant for mandatory membership in the minor subdivisions. Things like, it's very simple things where I think we have to keep it just in case, because a minor subdivision could still possibly have a homeowners associations even with 3 dwelling units. So you never know. But going through most of the questions and concerns of the planning board have been answered. I think we were really able to kind of make sure we have the accurate language and also checking off all the marks from the state requirements as well.
Thank you, Charles, for all that work. It's a lot of stuff to do. And thanks for summarizing what you've done lately, especially the part that's going to go to the select board, because with these types of revisions, I was a little more than concerned that trying to keep track changes on was going to be confusing for the recipient to really make heads or tails of what had changed. Things like pagination or numbering things, that even without substantive changes, by rewriting things and shifting things around, that can be a confusing thing for somebody, so.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest challenges to this was we are moving, it's a simple, and for numbers, we moved from 10 to 11, I believe. So just a small change.
And Charles, do you think that that a narrative, sort of a summary thing, is that something that you would be able to provide?
I already provided that to them and the planning board as well.
Okay, already, okay, super, thank you.
Yeah. It just goes over the whole thing. I didn't go too deep into like each performance and design standard because I think that's just too much information, but the general gist of it was making sure that they understand the difference between minor and major subdivisions in this, because the definition does change. And also the small thing is that the minor subdivision applicants can be required additional submissions, where with major subdivisions, you can request a waiver, which is currently is. So it's kind of making sure the major changes are pointed out. And at least noting Article 13, the performance and design standards, is the bulk of this subdivision ordinance, but a lot of those are pretty similar up and down. It just has updated references for guidelines and requirements.
Charles, I may be getting, this is George, I may be getting ahead of ourselves a little bit here, but do you see this being handled via two warrant articles, one for the adoption of the new ordinance and a second to, in the event that the new ordinance is approved, about repealing the old ordinance? Is that essentially how you see the process going forward?
Do you mean the old ordinance, the existing subdivision ordinance?
The existing.
I would say this just would be an update to the Belgrade subdivision ordinance. So it's
Okay,
just
all right.
replacing it. I don't think we need two warrant articles because for some reason, if one passed and say the new one passed and we didn't get rid of it, then we have two different, I think it'll just replace it. That's also could be just a question for the town attorney. I'm not too familiar with the process or how Anthony or the town would want to present the warrant.
I was just, I actually haven't seen your memo, I missed it, but so I wasn't sure how you portrayed it to the select board.
Yeah, I'll make sure that I'll send it around again.
Well, I'm sure, if you sent it out, I'm sure I have it, I just didn't catch it.
When did you send it out? I was just looking for it.
It may have fallen on me to have not forwarded it. Because I did see an email from Charles about this, but, and I apologize if I didn't get it.
Oh, okay, well, I'm just curious how we're gonna move forward.
Yeah, and I'll be at the, oh, yeah, Sarah.
Not just Peter dropped the ball.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, it's fine. I'll also be at the select board meeting. So if they do have any specific questions, I'll be able to answer it for them. I think, Peter, will you be in attendance as well?
Yes, I will. So you and I will be there together. That'd be helpful, I think.
Yeah, so, and I really just wanted to make sure that they don't focus too much on the standards because the planning board really went through them in detail, making sure that they're all updated, but making sure that they understand the process and the intent behind the minor and major, as well as just how the application process works. Oh, and also making sure that they know that there's an appeal section in it.
That's right, that's right. Good, yeah,
Apparently Anthony has not informed you, but he told me this week that this isn't going to vote in November.
he called me
He told
late
you.
day yesterday, and so I'm glad we had a chance, we're all here together, so what, if, and correct me if I'm wrong, tell me if I'm going down the wrong street, right? So is it right that the select persons would like to have this brought to the voters in March, not November?
Not November, and the reason is because our legal fee funds are gone.
Right. And one of the things that I think is considered wise is to take this and pass it in front of a lawyer before it goes to the voters. And so if we were to
Although
do
I
that,
don't remember ever doing that, but
right,
that is his belief.
so that's where we are with that one. So, and I think this may be on someone's mind, because this was on mine straight away, it's like, if this doesn't get approved until March, we had a moratorium that's gonna run out in October, isn't that October, right?
No, they can extend it.
Well, that was my next question, and I was told that legally, that the select board, I think, can,
Yep.
not.
That's right.
Because I asked that very thing, Craig, I was thinking about you, because we talked about this before, right?
I was in the impression that they didn't have the authority to select on extended one, that's the third time.
Anthony said they do. As a matter of fact, we've already extended this one. haven't we?
Yeah, last spring till this fall.
But I think that's the only time they can do it.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's what I thought as well.
No, Anthony, I don't know.
I mean,
Anthony said the board-
if that's indeed the case, then we will have an application on the Dunn Road that we'll have to review and approve under the old ordinance.
That's right.
And so I don't know, I'm no lawyer, so I don't know that stuff, but I was concerned about the ability to extend it. And so I asked that question and I was told that they can, so.
Okay.
Yeah. So if that's the case, then we carry forward with a moratorium and then would have the one on the
Well,
deadline.
I'm sure glad we didn't bust our chops and same for Charles. Christ almighty.
So when can we get a copy? I mean, you're gonna send that out tomorrow or something? The updated copy of the select board, or you send it to the select board and everything?
I can look for it and send it around. Charles, you sent it to me, I think, maybe me and Anthony or something.
Yeah, I sent it, I think to Anthony, you and the select board, as well as Gary and Joel. But Peter, I'll make sure it's at the top of your inbox right now.
All right, thank you.
So tonight, what we need to accomplish, Charles, if I understood you correctly, is to resolve the last of these little questions that you have in the comment section of the ordinance. So we've given you the guidance that you need on to address those, if any addressing is required. Is that right?
Yes, I'm just sending these over to Peter now. I went through and there didn't seem to be any that, because the other comments that I also were from, that I had Anthony and Gary answer were more of like administrative stuff. And I'm just going through it right now. And George, there was a few comments from you that are related to questions with the shoreland zoning. Just looking at conformances with zoning ordinances and other land use ordinances. Later on in the document, there's a requirement to make sure that that the application is in line with other ordinances as well as part, I think that's in the performance standards. So I left that comment in there just to answer it for you, if that makes sense.
Yeah, so the question really is, we have a performance standard that requires conformance with all other town ordinance. Should we also have a review criteria, as everybody on this board knows, a corresponding one that says basically that before we can approve a subdivision, it has to be in conformance with all town ordinances. I think the most likely ones that might come up would be probably probably shoreline zoning and the minimum lot size, but there could be others. And just like we do in the commercial development review ordinance. So I was just thinking of consistency amongst ordinances of adding adding to the ones that are only found in state statute. One along those lines, but as Charles has said, we would still need to hold people to proving that they meet other town ordinances. It's just that it wouldn't be clear upfront that we're gonna do that. It seems fair to an applicant to have that upfront as one of the review criteria. My own personal view.
So just, would that be just accomplished by a statement like,
Well,
just make it consistent?
yeah, well, for example, in Article 1, we have statutory review criteria in paragraph 2. We could have a new paragraph 3 that said other review criteria. And because I'm thinking ahead, we're gonna have to develop findings of fact and law, of course. And so these have to be in there. And because we're gonna have to vote on each one of these, just like we have been with the other ordinances. And so if it's not in there, it's not gonna be in the findings of fact and law. And so we could have a category in addition, because Charles has provided us with all the current statutory review criteria, because they're very different than what's in the current ordinance, what's in law. Then we could have another category, other review criteria, and in that have something along the lines of conformance with other town ordinances. That would be one that could skin that cat.
I like that. Does that sound good, Charles?
Yeah, I'm looking on page 57 in Article 11(7), conformant. It's a standard is conformance with zoning ordinance and other land use ordinances. So we can just name all the ordinances, or we can just say all applicable performance centers or design criteria from the zoning ordinance and other land use ordinances. It's vague, but I would say it does fulfill that to some extent. We can be a little bit more specific. It specifically says the Belgrade minimum lot size ordinance, which is one of them. But I think as we add more, whether it's like a solar or telecom one, I know that there's a bunch of ordinances that may all come into effect at different times. So I think leaving it general and saying zoning ordinance and other land use ordinances should be fine, but if we want to be more specific, then we can be.
I think that would be fine myself. Keeping it general.
Yeah.
And then, I mean, it puts the burden on us anyway while we're reviewing it to know what other ordinances might apply.
Yeah.
So for example, Charles, I'm looking at a different ordinance and we have a section that says under general provisions, section 4, relationship with other ordinance. And it says all non-residential review applications are required to conform to all other applicable ordinance relations to the town of Belgrade, such as but not limited to shoreline zoning, minimum lot size, subdivision, and floodplain management. So that was one way to at least hit some of the heavy hitters, I guess, if you will. But certainly being generic can work. But we, I think, as a board, it would be our responsibility to be mindful of those. So.
Yeah, I think the way it's written now with the preliminary, you have with the site plan visit and pre-application, then you have the preliminary and a final. I do think that just saying that the other, making sure that's in with other ordinances kind of serves a purpose that George was concerned with, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, very good. George, do you have anything else you want to?
Well, I was just going through the, in order of the comments that Charles has asked us questions about, and the next is under the definitions in Article 3, and it has to do with whether or not we should copy and paste the definitions into the ordinance or just reference the definitions used in state statute. And speaking for myself, I could go either way. A second question was whether or not we needed to define major and minor subdivision, since they're basically defined in the body of the statute itself. I don't think we do, but, and then thirdly, he's provided a definition of substantial, Charles provided us a definition of substantial construction that he found. Actually, I should have thought of this since I originally wrote it back in the 80s. So in the definitions, those are questions Charles has asked, and I actually have a question for you, Charles, once we get through that, about maybe another term that should be defined, and what your opinion is.
Is there any downside of copying what we have into the ordinance?
Only if it changes.
Yeah,
Gotcha.
yeah, so it would mean a lot of,
More.
yeah,
Shifting.
underlining and crossing out.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the state ordinance is going to change every year, but I think it kind of saves a step when it does change, because it will at some point. But it's not a huge concern. It's just knowing that when it changes, it's not reflected in your ordinance. We can say something like, let me just scroll back down to it. We can say, as used in this ordinance, unless the context otherwise indicates, the terms and respective listed in that section shall have the same meaning. We can just add them anyway. And just be like, oh, in case it is changing, all the definitions here are listed below, but also if they add new ones. Just a simple alternative to it as well. So we can do both, essentially. Copy and pasting it doesn't change much.
I'm not interested in making more work, Charles, believe me, for you especially. I guess I would ask the board too, how do you feel about if we didn't have the definitions in front of us and we wanted to reference a term or some question about something, maybe a substantial construction or what this is or that. We just have to have a means to get to those definitions and then discuss it in front of everybody. Now, I think we all have phones in front of us, we can go look stuff up, or a laptop or whatever, but.
Not all of us.
Yeah.
There are still lives alive.
I'm with George. Yeah,
I think that whether it be by iPhone or having access to a laptop or having that land use laws booklet, you make a good point. We need to have, when we need to reread the definition, we need to have access to that information at the meeting, and just going to require a little bit more effort.
yeah. But I don't think we certainly, I think the issue of putting all the definitions in the text of it, they change. Ours doesn't.
So
Don't
then-
really want to get it to the point where ours is out of whack with the state.
Yeah.
And then we gotta go to town meeting and change the definition of that.
So let me ask you this, because I like where we're going, personally, I like the idea of pointing to or referencing state definitions, right? If we do that, we could skin this cat by saying, can we just keep a copy of whatever the state law is, that booklet, keep it around, so for our meetings, we could go that way. And other ordinances that we revise follow suit. Because we repeat this same definition in many ordinances.
Yeah. One thing that is different here is the subdivision statute is more detailed than any of the state statutes that could, with the exception of shoreline zoning, of course. Like, for example, there's no counterpart to state counterpart to the commercial development review ordinance, for example. There's no law that is a counterpart to that unless you count the site location and development law.
So I like the idea of referencing up-to-date definitions at the state level, rather than us keeping it and then being out of sync, after 18 months or something. I don't know, how do you guys feel?
Or 3 months.
Well, yeah. I might have been generous, right?
Yeah.
So
You
is
prove
that
it in
okay?
March and it's antiquated in June.
Is that okay to do that thing, that way then?
Well, are we gonna have easy access to, this definitions?
Well, generally, it's right in this book here,
Yeah, we'll just have to get an updated version of that though.
I think, yeah, as long as
It's done
we,
every year.
right? This one's
Or every 2 years.
2018.
yeah. So I think if we,
I don't have them.
well, we'll get new ones, right, for everybody, because even that's out of date. I mean,
Yeah.
right. It's not like it's, useless, but it's out of date. So we will request that we all get 2022. We asked for 22 books, or it'd be in arrears like 21
Yeah. Well,
books. So we will ask for that.
Which one do you have now? What is that?
That one's 18.
So one is-
Yes.
I don't even have one. Now.
We'll get one. That way we can go, we can, in the ordinance that Charles is working on,
yeah,
point
no,
to those definitions
no.
down there.
we're-
Is that okay, Charles?
Yeah, I'm definitely a fan for even what you said, Peter, for future ordinance changes, whether next 2 years, next 10 years. I always prefer to lean on state statute, especially if the ordinance is because of state statute in a way. It just makes it easier.
Take yours.
18.
That's the latest one?
I don't think they come every year.
So George, what's another?
Well, the other question was, so the way the definition section is set up, or the article is set up, there are state definitions, then there are additional definitions, and that's where the definition of impervious surfaces shows up. That's where substantial construction shows up. And also Charles' question about should we be adding definitions for major and minor subdivisions? I don't think it's necessary because the body of the ordinance pretty much does that, but.
Yeah. It's clearly defined in the preliminary or in the sketch plan the sketch plan meeting and on-site inspection. There's a section for it, so it's pretty clear. Again, it says minor subdivisions will be limited to residential subdivisions, no more than 3 additional lots or dwelling units, leading to a total of 4 lots, no new roads, total area of subdivided lots no larger than 200,000 square feet. And then everything else is a major subdivision.
I'm good. So relative to the major, minor subdivision definition talk, since it's spelled out pretty clearly in the subdivision, do you feel it's okay to not have to try to come up with a definition?
I personally do. I don't know how others feel.
How the other board members
I'm
feel?
fine with it. Not having a definition.
Sarah, are
I'm
you
fine,
good with that?
too, yes.
So then relative to the other part, George, where we have the substantive.
Substantial construction,
Substantial
right,
construction.
and Charles has provided us with a suggested definition.
Okay.
Yeah, this definition seemed to be, it's an existing one in, I think, Rhode Island Department of Environmental Management. It seemed pretty accurate and kind of what we were looking for in a definition. It means that a continuous on-site physical construction program has progressed to a point where 25% or more of the total project is completed, or 25% or more of the total cost of the project has been expended for materials which are at the site.
Excellent.
What do you think about that, Craig?
Yeah, I'm good with that.
Because, yeah, you probably have the most insight on what it really is,
I mean, once you start your clearing and start your roads and stuff, I mean, you're pretty much.
Yeah,
you're in, man, right? Once you're there, it's like, before that, you might be able to back out or stop without losing your shirt. Right?
And then construction.
Okay.
But, so that's 25% on a major or both major and minor?
I can't remember where that comes up in the ordinance.
Yeah, so Charles, we're talking about, does that apply to this 25%? This is
Is
that
it major and minor both, or is it just major?
For substantial construction, that's just the definition of substantial construction. Where it is in the document is in section 10. And that's in final approval and filing for minor and major subdivisions, or it's in a few, let me see. Yeah, failure to commence. It's for both. It's just in there as part of the either. It's on page 40, article 10.
okay? Thanks. So does that help, Craig, knowing that it applies to?
Well, I'm just trying to think, I mean,
The
25.
way the two just for you, it says failure to commence substantial construction of the subdivision. So it's just referring to it. So failure to commence substantial construction of the subdivision within 2 years of the date of approval and signing of the plan shall render the plan null and void. Upon determining that a subdivision's approval has expired, under this paragraph, the board shall have a notice placed in the register of deeds to that effect. Except in the case of a phase development plan, failure to complete substantial construction of the subdivision within 5 years of the date of approval and signing of the plan shall render the plan null and void. Upon determining that a subdivision approval has been expired under this paragraph, the board shall have a notice placed in the register of deeds to that effect.
It's 2 years. I'm fine with that.
Yeah. Okay. Other board members feel good about that? Is that? It's pretty.
Craig goes on with it, I go on.
It helps. It really does. Knowing what you know. Did you have any other questions?
Well, I just had one other, I did have one other question for Charles and for all of you, really. And that is whether we should define the term stream. I know it came up in the course of the site visit that I missed of the subdivision office Dunn Road. It has come up in the past in other contexts. And
Wait, what was that, George?
I'm sorry,
What was the word?
stream.
Stream.
And whether or not it should be defined consistent with the statutory definition is not the subdivision statute, but elsewhere in the Natural Resources Protection Act, and it's the same definition in several places in state law. And I have the reference to it. We've gone over this before in another context. I can't quite remember what, but I can read it quickly if it would help. But my question is, should it, it shows up in this ordinance in multiple locations.
And we should definitely define it because there's NERPA definition, Natural Resource Protection Act. Shoreline zoning has a different definition. If we don't define it in our ordinance, then what is it? What is it?
Yeah.
It is defined once in the ordinance on page 45. It's not. I think we should remove this reference. It says if a lot on one side of a stream as defined in the DEP minimum shoreland zoning guidelines, ... And then other mentions of stream don't have it. Just going through it. So if that's a concern that the planning board has experienced, I have no problem just taking the definition from the Natural Resources Protection Act. But I just did a search of stream just to see where it is. And the first one that came up was on page 45, which I thought was, yeah, and it comes up again on page 4, actually. Any river, stream, or brook identified within or abutting the proposed subdivision has been identified on any map submitted as part of the application. For purposes of this section, river, stream, or brook has the same meaning as in Title 38, Section 480B, subsection 9. And I think that is the Natural Resources Protection Act, yeah.
For definitions in the same ordinance.
Yeah.
So let's not do that.
I don't think I think we want to.
We want to define it because we define it twice differently. I think that's a good catch.
Yeah, I would suggest that the definition, the latter one, 480B.
Yeah, Because the shoreline zoning definition is, that's a pretty big body of water.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Junction,
no, I agree. I think that's a really good catch. Oh, there's.
Are we asking to reference the definition that's in NERPA?
Yes,
Okay,
that's my suggestion.
and I saw Rich thinking that was a good idea, is that correct?
I think it's a good. idea.
Reference the NERPA
Yeah.
definition?
Yeah,
It's the most straightforward. It would be the easiest for us to understand. It would be the easiest for an applicant to understand.
Okay, how do the other board members feel about that? We reference it once, the same, anytime we reference it, it's this to the same definition, as opposed to different, potentially different.
So there's no chance in this town we're gonna do a subdivision near a stream that is close to the lake.
It
That's what
could-
I'm hearing.
someone could try.
So then we'll have to move to that definition. But I'm not read either of the two definitions. I remember when we went to the Don Road that you and
Yeah.
Tyler went after that stream and you sent a very nice email explaining
Yes,
what is the definition of a stream.
yes.
So that's the one we're talking about, that we wanna put in the ordinance. But then the other definition, I have no idea, is one you said as a bigger water body, which usually is closer to the lake. So that's why I'm asking now, there's no chance we're gonna be able to do that in Belgrade, that we will have a subdivision closer, so close to the lake that there will be such a stream close to it, which will be a different definition.
I didn't hear everything.
So we are talking about two separate definitions of stream.
Correct.
The first one that we want to keep is the one that you talk about in a very nice email
Yeah, okay.
when we
Yeah,
went
that's-
to the Don Road,
Yeah.
all right?
Yeah,
So that one is usually inside land that is no closer to the shoreline. So that will be a very narrow body of water.
the NERPA definition
Okay.
is, yes, it had all those 4 or 5 criteria it's gotta meet. That's a pretty small stream, but at the same time, we don't want to go to the shoreline zoning definition, which is a very large stream for most part.
So
I say
my,
very large, it's
so my,
significant.
my question is that there's no chance in this town that we're gonna have a subdivision closer to the lake where we will need that definition of a stream that is closer to the lake, where the stream body will be bigger. See what I'm saying? No.
I got you all till the last question.
Okay, so then I will repeat myself again. So we're going by the FERPA definitions of
Yeah, the small one.
the small one. However, there's another definition of a stream
Yes.
that you had mentioned. Well, that kind of definition is a bigger body of water
Yeah,
that usually is closer to the lake. Right, so you follow me till that?
the bigger body of water close to the lake.
The definition, the second definition that we had of the
Yeah.
stream, which I have not read it. I'm hearing from you that that's a bigger body of water that usually is closer to the lake, or probably dumping to the lake. The definition of, that definition of a stream.
Sarah, the way I look at it is
Sure.
that all streams that are defined as a stream under shoreland zoning would not meet the definition of stream would meet the definition of stream under the Natural Resources Protection Act. But not all streams defined under the Natural Resources Protection Act would meet the definition of stream and shoreline zoning, because the definition of shoreline zoning doesn't really, isn't based on land features, it's just based on how big a tributary it is to the lake.
Gotcha.
Oh, so example, like what?
Well, like for
Half
example,
mile or 20 feet wide or what?
well, it isn't
And
based on
shoreline
width, it's,
What is
Rick,
that?
you go ahead and explain, you know this better than I do, for the shoreline zoning.
The definition of shoreline zoning stream is a junction of two perennial streams. An example would be Bog Brook, runs up here. And up into the bog itself, these two streams come together. There's the regular Bog Brook, and then there's a tributary that comes down and joins.
And that's the definition of a stream.
Oh, here's shoreline zoning right here, I'll read it. All right, here, stream, a free flowing body of water from the outlet of a great pond or the confluence of two perennial streams as depicted on the most recent edition of the United States Geological Survey 7.5 minute series topographic map. Or if not available, a 15-minute series topographic map to the point where the body of water becomes a river or flow to another water body or wetland within the shoreline zone. That's what that says.
All right, so then what you're saying is the FERPA definition will blanket that.
Correct.
Yes,
Okay,
yes.
so we're good.
Okay.
I thought there were two separate statements.
No.
One that was more applied to closer to the lake, which that seems to be it. But I didn't realize that the FERPA definition will blanket that definition,
So which one prevails
the FERPA.
in the case of shoreline zoning?
No, everywhere.
Everywhere.
Yeah, so why, then that makes sense in shoreline zoning. The definition of stream should be taken out as stated and changed to NERPA.
Correct.
That's right.
That's what we want to do, I think, is to reference the NERPA definition.
Yeah,
Yeah, so
We
when
don't wanna
so when is that gonna be done?
well, you may recall, we discussed this and decided not to,
Right, right, because,
back when we did shoreline zoning.
yeah, right, and I remember that conversation. Because if we go along with the NERPA, all of a sudden you got shoreline zoning, laws encroaching upon the upland streams in the land here, up on a ridge, which is maybe, couple, 100 feet up above the lake.
Right, and
And
that's why we
and
didn't.
it's very seasonal,
That's why we didn't do it.
right? Yeah, now all of a sudden you want to throw the NERPA one in here?
No,
What?
throw it
In
in.
the
Not in the
subdivision.
shoreline.
In the subdivision one,
We're not changing the shoreline ordinance.
Okay,
That's fine now.
Okay, all right, so that's what I'm trying to look at, I'm not clear with this.
Me either, you have to repeat all this again.
So, wait, so outside of shoreline, outside of 250 feet, you're into, your non-lake area. And that's a vast amount of the town here, okay? And, you're doing subdivision or a minor subdivision, and there's a setback involved here. So what's the setback under NERPA for a septic system, for example? The leach field. Under NERPA, for a leach field, what's the setback?
It's actually in the plumbing code, but
Yeah, whatever the plumbing code
yeah,
allows you to do.
yeah, which is 100 feet.
So say building,
Huh?
say building.
How about a building then? What would the setback be in NERPA? With a NERPA definition of a stream, what's the setback for putting up a detached garage next to a seasonal type stream?
75 feet, isn't it, Rich?
I think that's what it
Yep.
would be, unless
I mean,
you.
but that's state law. We don't have any control over that.
What's
That applies regardless of what we put in this ordinance.
That's state law,
Yeah, NERPA is a state law.
right, so,
So it's under shoreline zoning, what's the?
What's
the
that?
setback?
Setback from stream,
what?
75 feet,
Yeah.
So it's both same. for
Same.
both?
yeah.
So
I think you're making this too complicated, Pete. The question before us is, do we want a definition of stream? That's question number one, because it's used throughout the ordinance. Otherwise, we're gonna be all over the place having debates about what a stream is later on. And two, what's the most appropriate definition and the most universally used definition elsewhere other than in the shoreline zone, and that's the definition in the Natural Resources Protection Act, which is the one that we've been discussing.
Okay, what about a single lot? Let's say 200 feet wide, single lot, it's no subdivision at all. And someone wants to, and they got a seasonal stream going through it. And they want to put up a detached garage or building. They have to meet the 75-foot setback?
Well, of course, the subdivision ordinance doesn't apply, right?
Right,
So, yeah, because it's state law.
and it's,
that's the way I see it.
okay.
Now,
They have to get a permit, let's put it that way.
No, I'm talking, right, Gary. I got a lot, a back lot, away from the lake, okay, more than 250 feet, and it's 200 feet wide.
I heard it.
Okay, so and it's a vacant lot, I bought it, I wanna put a house up there, right? And you got a stream, a seasonal stream going right through it. So, and it meets this nervous thing,
Well, the
so
first question-
75 feet of each side, of it's 150 feet.
First question is it a seasonal stream or is it just a runoff?
Well, according to NERPA, it can meet the seasonal stream, it can meet this definition really very easily. There's 5 criteria, pretty stringent, so, it's easy to meet, so. And then you can't put a house there, you know, within 75 each side of the stream, so that's double that, that's 150, so you got 250 feet, 200 feet of width on your lot, going back, 500 feet, and you got a middle stream, you know, seasonal stream going through. It's 150 feet on each side, you can't build.
No, 75 feet on either side.
Yeah, 75 on either side, equals
And I
150 feet width,
DEP mandates the
Huh?
setback, we don't.
what?
DEP mandates what the setback is from the stream.
And the other thing is that the NERPA covers the area within 75 feet. There's nothing in statute that says you have to be back 75 feet. If you can convince or whatever DEP that, gee, I can't get 75 feet back, they can allow it to be at 60
I never heard
feet.
that one.
What's that?
So you have to go to DEP at the state level, convince them that, to make an exception to the definition, that's what you're telling me.
Not exception to the definition of the stream is the same, but what you can do. There's no prohibition in state law that says you have to be 75 feet back from a small stream like that. It's the area that the statute covers, but the statute itself doesn't say you can't build within 75 feet of one of these little trickles.
Oh, that's.
Now, shoreline zoning says you can't build within
Okay.
75 feet of the bigger streams. Or even in the shoreline zone, it's a tributary stream is the same definition, I think, as a NERPA stream. So within the shoreline zone, you're gonna have to stay back 75 feet.
Oh, yeah,
from
but I'm
small
talking
stream.
about outside of shoreline zone,
Yeah.
because a lot of people have small lots around the town.
Yeah.
You know, and
And they gotta deal with NERPA under the law and whatever the
Right.
DEP allows them
They
to
buy a
do,
lot
they
that's
can
only
do.
200 feet wide, there's a stream going through the middle of it. Shame on them, they should ask what the setback
but
was.
I
so
just
they
heard Rich say, well, that person could go to DEP and get some type of variance or something, you know,
It's-
whatever.
Well, get a permit.
Yeah, but basically you get a permit and they may or may not grant it to you based on what you're applying for.
But
You're
you
trying
can
to apply to build a house over the stream.
Not over the stream, let's say
yeah.
15 feet from the stream.
Well, depending on the size of the lot, DEP may allow that.
They may or may not.
Right, but we can't solve that now,
Okay.
right? What we're trying to do is to look at
All right.
the inclusion of a reference to a stream definition that fits for the subdivision.
Subdivisions,
Right? I like what you're thinking though, because other ordinances that actually end up touching that somewhere, right? Which is good. Because there are other applicable things, but for us tonight, while we still have some time.
And Charles.
And Charles, he's been very patient with us, right? It's the subdivision ordinance, so I think getting back to George's 2 points, right? Do we want to have a stream definition, and if so, which one? I think that the NERPA definition for the subdivision ordinance seems to have, seems to be very appealing.
I hear that, but I just want to make sure, you know, what happens when we're not dealing with subdivision. Just, with this planning board doesn't really get involved with single lots, right, Gary?
For sure.
We do. Well, outside of shoreline zoning,
Oh, no, no,
right,
fine.
right, okay. And I didn't want, okay. I'm not familiar with the zoning in outside of shoreline zoning, and also is not a subdivision, but just a single lot that someone has.
Shoreline zoning deals with streams regardless of how far they are from.
I understand shoreline zoning, yeah, I'm talking about outside of shoreline zoning, yeah. Yeah, just someone
still
from the
deals-
country has a lot, if they buy some land.
Shoreline zoning still deals with a stream, whether it's within 250 feet of the lake or not. It's out in the middle of the woods and it's a stream. That shoreline zoning ordinance.
If you have two perennial streams coming together, right? Shoreline zone.
This what I just read,
Yeah, two perennial streams joining,
so how do you, so what's the definition of perennial?
it's shown on the, it's.
Where is
it's
it in
shown
the
on the it's shown on the USGS topographic map.
Right.
The topographic map has a legend, which shows perennial and intermittent. And if on that topo map, you have two perennial streams coming together, you have a stream.
All right, so I think I'm gonna recommend we try to digest that part a little bit after.
Yeah.
This is all fluid, you know.
Yeah.
So I think getting back to shoreline zoning, we gotta come up with, you know, you gotta reference it, is a map and all that. The applicant's not gonna do that.
Tonight's our last opportunity to make any changes to the subdivision
Subdivision.
ordinance, and we really need to stay focused on it.
All right, oh, okay, yeah.
Because we're out of time.
Yes.
I'd like to have more broad discussion sometimes.
And we'll get back to it, but for the subdivision one, you know, are we in agreement or
I agree, we are.
majority that the NERPA reference is the way to go for the subdivision ordinance?
Yeah.
You okay with that? Yeah. Pete, you okay with that?
You know,
Okay. I hear what you're saying. We will tackle this other part later. Right? We will. So Charles, getting back to you, thank you for your patience. Are we good with that part?
Yeah, that works for me.
All right, thanks. Do we have any other comments for Charles? For this part?
Yeah, I went through it. I have no more comments or concerns from at least from my end.
We answered all your questions that you posed to us in the latest draft.
Yes.
All right. So Charles, do you need anything else from us tonight?
No, I will add, if you're okay with me taking the Natural Resource Protection Act definition of streams, river, stream, or brook. I'll figure out the best way to do it. I think I'll just copy text directly, unless you want me to reference a specific line in the Natural Resource Protection Act. That'd be the only issue. That'd be the only question. It's really small potatoes, but again, if it changes and you have a reference to it and they mess up the numbering, but I don't think they're going to be changing this anytime soon. It has been addressed since 1995 or changed since 1995 or 2001, it looks like. So we can just make the reference to it. I have both already ready to go.
Okay, thank you. That would be good. So that should cover that part, right? And then, let's see, so Charles, I'll see you on this Tuesday, the 17th, is that right?
He said the 16th.
I said the 16th, but I could be wrong. Let me just check my calendar.
Whatever day the select person's meeting, which I think is a Tuesday.
Is it
Yeah,
Tuesday?
I will believe that. I can check. I did not put it on my calendar yet, but I made a note of it.
Tuesday, the 14th.
What?
Tuesday is the 14th
Of September.
of September. We are meeting on the 16th, planning board.
The plan, okay.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, wait a second. No, they meeting on the first Tuesday of the month.
Right.
So their meeting is on the 21st. The second meeting, the first meeting is on September 7th.
Looking at it's the 17th, I believe. Peter, I'm just looking at the calendar.
It's a Friday.
That's a Friday.
August 17th.
Oh.
August, right, August.
So yes, I meet on the 17th, you're right.
Okay, so we'll see you that night, Charles.
Yeah, and I'll make the changes to the definition now, and Peter, I'll send it over to. I sent you another email. Disregard that. I'll make sure to note that. I'll just send another one with the updated changes.
Okay, thank you.
Charles, a basic question, and this has, we discussed this in passing earlier, but when we've worked on ordinances in the past, whether they were revisions, like in the case of shoreline zoning, or major rewrites, like commercial development review ordinance, we didn't have the town attorney review them line by line. MMA's attorneys don't even provide that service. And so I'm not sure how we got to the point where we concluded that this needed to be reviewed by the town attorney.
We don't, it doesn't have to be. Again, that would be, I'll let you all or the select board make that decision. I'm confident with it. It's just another pair of eyes to read it more closely. But I think we've really gone through this ordinance and caught a lot, everything that would be legally an issue. We have everything in there from just things that you would require from procedure speaking, and public hearing notices. It can kind of work with, like, the public hearing notices in Belgrade are put into this to make sure there's proper time. So small procedural things like that, even down to the appeals board. So we have all the things. We can just kind of give this to the select board and have our seal of, or having the planning board seal of approval. I think it might have been Anthony, or at an earlier meeting, we just kind of said, yeah, sure, we'll have the town attorney look at it. But if there are reasons why we can't get that, then I don't think it's 100% necessary.
Now, I just find it curious, simply because between your expertise and the fact that this is based on a state model ordinance,
Yeah, that's been used.
sending the shoreline to the town attorney to review when the town attorney has nothing to say about it, because we're basically,
Yeah.
99% of it is the same as the state model ordinance.
Is this coming from the selectmen?
No.
That want the thing
I
reviewed?
don't know where it's coming from.
Comes from Anthony.
Pardon me?
It's Anthony.
Oh,
Okay. Well, I mean, maybe it's out of our hands, but I was just curious, why this ordinance? I mean, this.
No, you're right. It is entirely based off the model ordinance, and where we added we didn't drift away too much. We just made 2 separate processes for the minor and major, and those are all in line as well.
Yeah. Okay, thank you.
So does that wrap up old business A? Talking about the subdivision ordinance? Pretty much, I think, doesn't it?
As far as I'm concerned, yeah.
Yeah.
As long as we've answered all of Charles's
Yeah, Charles,
questions and given him the guidance he needs.
yeah, Charles, you good with us? for
Yeah,
tonight?
definitely. I'll just save this document and send it over to you, Peter. And as well as the memo I wrote.
Okay, all right, thank,
No problem. All right, take care, everyone.
thank
Thanks
you.
a lot, Charles.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Appreciate you
Charles.
hanging in there with us.
The next item was discuss commercial development vegetative screening standards.
Peter, who went to that one? Can we request from the town why we have to have this process by the legal department?
We can talk to Anthony about it, no problem. Maybe just an act of just trying to be thorough.
Sure.
You know, I would support the idea of making sure that what we present to the voters is all good, no matter how we slice it, right? So I would not want to have something presented to the voters that had not been somehow. If it had errors, I would feel very troubled by that.
And this is what we have Charles for, isn't it?
Yep, I think speaking with Anthony may help.
We should ask.
Well, it's just a curious deviation from how the towns, handled ordinance development in the past.
I'm kind of curious, how much did the town attorney charge? Is that, would be under the retainer?
$300 an hour.
Yeah. So,
At least, probably at least that.
no, would it be under the retainer or would it be a special charge? I mean, he'd run right through. You know,
I thought it was
Well,
I don't know, we're not gonna solve it tonight.
yeah, we're not.
That's what I'm thinking right away.
Let's move on.
It's a rabbit hole.
Yeah, it's a bad rabbit hole. So let's move on. The commercial development vegetative screening standards, do we want to talk about that a little bit? Or how does everybody feel?
10 o'clock.
I don't know, it's 10 o'clock, 10
I'm
over.
ready to go.
Huh?
I'm ready to go.
So am I. I'm ready to sit in.
I'm gonna cook dinner and eat.
I'm ready to get started, so-
I'm ready to go to bed.
So I don't want to just call, I just want to know how we're feeling, and I know we're all tired, I know. Okay, if we
Is
put
this
off,
something that is excruciatingly important at this point? I don't even know what the issue really is.
Yeah, I don't even, so what's it all about?
I don't remember, I think we wanted to make sure we included some standard language for vegetative screening
Well,
standards.
yeah, it goes back to, Kennebec Marine or Kennebec.
Well,
Well,
yeah,
yeah, whatever they're called. We developed a handwritten guidance for them and for future applicants to use on what was expected of them when attempting to meet the vegetative buffer standards along public roads. And I can't remember what drove it, but I had originally, so I had done that original one and it was intended to be part of the application materials. I don't know that it was for very long, but I can't remember now what brought it to the floor again. But and Richard suggested that we do one for that was applied to in the village as well. I don't know if this came out of right side or what, but anyway, so I did. But I did it using PowerPoint this time rather than by hand. As guidance, that's all. I mean, nothing new. It's all just reiterating what's in the ordinance already. So that's the intent, is to provide applicants with guidance so we don't go around the mulberry bush so often, waste their friggin' time, right? With applicants that submit us crap.
So is it
Is
like,
this what you're referring to?
Yeah, that's the old one.
That's the old one.
Yeah.
What's wrong with this?
Well, for one, it doesn't didn't include anything with regard to, that's only for everywhere other than in the village district. As you may recall, there's two different set of
Right,
standards.
so. Okay, so this
One
is
for
okay
village,
for
one
outside the
everywhere.
village, right?
What's that?
This is okay with outside the village,
Right.
and you mentioned Kenny Beck Repair down there, paint shop down there?
Yeah, when we had their application.
Right.
You may recall that we had a hell of a time trying to hold the guy's hand through the application process in general, and in particular, what was required of them.
Yeah,
They
he's fine.
hadn't done, but
But he hasn't done it, so now it's just enforcement, there it is,
I'll tell you why he
No,
hasn't done it, because I went down to pay him a visit.
huh?
He hasn't done it because I went down to pay him a visit.
Right,
The building's empty, he's gone, there's a
Oh,
for sale
okay.
sign on it.
okay, yeah, but going forward, you know, anyone outside the village, yeah, this is what you do, enforce it.
We
What's
do
the problem?
enforce it.
I don't understand.
When the building's vacant, the guy moves out, how do I enforce it? I don't even.
Well, I understand that particular
Yeah.
area, but what are you,
Yeah.
what are we talking about tonight? Why is it so important? We got stuff here. Just get to the point, let's go.
it isn't important, Pete. It isn't important at all, okay? The question is, do we want to provide applicants with guidance on what's required of them under the commercial development review ordinance? And it was suggested to me that we improve what we had, and so I volunteered to do it. If you don't want my fucking time, just say so, for Christ's sake, okay? I'm not gonna waste any more of it on this goddamn board.
Okay. Well, can we just go to the point then?
Yeah, the point is
Right,
that
okay.
I developed the, sent them to Pete and Rich. The full board needs to decide whether or not to use this as part of the guidance. If not, fine.
Which
But it'll
one?
be the last time I volunteer to do anything for this goddamn
So
board.
this is what you're giving us tonight?
No, this is what's in your packet. If you read your goddamn packet, you would know that.
I didn't get that packet. Sorry, but I just didn't get it.
We're not gonna discuss it tonight anyway, so maybe you can find it between now and next time.
Okay,
Well, I don't have it either.
so,
It wasn't set on my table.
that would be, I guess that would be my fault again then.
Well, no, it's what Sheila says.
I can't print stuff off on my computer, well, I guess, that's why I come in here to get stuff. And as a matter of fact, I'm not gonna sit there and print off a whole bunch of stuff, there's no place my paper on my printer. But my computer's set up, I just can't get all the printed material. So,
Rich,
My suggestion is we make sure that this George's stuff is supplied to everybody through Sheila for the next meeting. And we put this on the next agenda and talk about it. I don't think we're getting anywhere tonight.
yeah, we're not. So can we make sure that's part of the package for next time?
Circle it on that agenda so I don't forget. Is that your agenda?
Yep.
And just put a date on it.
So 14 days, that'd be 19th, right? Yes, that'd be 19th. So what this would be like, so just to get this out there, so what this would be like is, we have guidance that we give for people who fill out applications for shoreline zone. This would be like that for the commercial, right? So you got a visual thing that goes right along with it, that helps people say, this is what we're looking for. I can't tell you how often, in my opinion, people struggle with,
They don't see it.
if they don't see a picture, they don't get it. Even though we've written it out, told them, they don't get it.
Right.
So I think what George has done is very valuable to those people who claim not to know or understand. And it makes Gary's life easier.
Makes your life easier too.
Yeah. So I'm just gonna put that out there. I think it's gonna be very valuable, and I think that in both cases, either in the village district or outside of it, we have pictures that show people what we're asking for. It's very easy. It's just an
And I think
guidance.
that George needs to know we appreciate what he's doing.
I agree with Richard. I think we should wrap it up. Now, something that is a matter of communications. I think the town office think that we can see all this stuff through internet. That we can download the packet and see it through the computer. And that's what I do. I don't print the thing. I just look at the packet through my computer. So I think that there's an expectation, so to speak, that we have access to all this material because we can view it through a computer. So the hard copies, it seems that other people are more tactile than others, and they like to see their copies. And I think that's what we missed today, and we are already tired and
Yeah.
we are thin. So and I think it was a very good write-up by George, and we'll tackle it next time.
How many people are even interested in getting this stuff emailed to them prior to the meeting? Because now that we're meeting in person, you will get back.
Yeah.
I definitely need to get it in advance so I have time to review
I
it.
know you do.
And I do.
I feel sometimes, just by listening, that we spend all this time mailing this shit, and nobody even looks at it. It's like,
I don't need a print. I take it out right off the website of the town.
okay.
I don't need it.
That's what I do. I will go to the town. In part, it's chasing emails for me, because there might be several things going on in a row.
Yeah.
I just go to the town website and download it to my computer, because if we lose connection, then I don't have the packet for the meeting.
Right.
So I download it to my computer, I have it saved to my computer, and I view it all the time there. I don't need to print it out.
But Sarah, you need that though well enough in advance, so you have
Yeah.
enough time
Yes.
to review it.
Yes.
That's, I think, the pertinent point. I mean,
Yes.
I would be fine with doing it that way if that worked for others, but rather than getting by email, the challenge that I've had, and I've missed some things, like for example, at the end of the Bright Side process, where we were getting emails with new information from the applicant and from others, not the applicant, 2 hours before the meeting, and I had no friggin' idea.
Right. We can't control that.
No,
No, you can't control that. I'm just, that's the downside of not having things well enough in advance, so you can review them in advance and think about them and know what questions you want to ask in advance, so you're not, kind of dubbing around so
Yeah,
much
for
here.
the school board meetings, what we do is that everything has to be in by Friday before the next meeting. So
Right,
it's like a cutoff.
right,
We do the same
and,
thing. It's gotta be in Thursday before the next.
Right.
Thursday.
I mean, I think that's good. It's just a question of what's the best way to get the information. I mean, I understand for Pete and Rich has the same issue of not being able to print. If you're a paper person, which I tend to be, but I have access to a printer. Or I come into the town office. I mean, I have the luxury of being retired, so I can come into the office and look at the full-size drawings. Well, if you know.
But I definitely think having it sent out email is worth it to me.
We'll
I
continue.
want to look at it before I get here.
Yeah,
You can't really review an application, not having looked at it, and the guy's sitting right there.
no, because it just takes forever.
But if
And
I,
if you get a jump on it,
yeah,
then you know what questions you're gonna ask.
Right.
When he's before you.
Right.
if I brought a tablet in here, I can get on the town's internet, correct? With a guest or whatever, because I'm not gonna print that. I got a printer, but it prints one page at a
Oh,
time.
it's crazy.
And I'm not gonna print a bunch of crap and bring it here. But if I had my tablet, which they didn't have access to, or,
You can
I
zoom
can
it.
sit there and look at it while I'm here.
Yeah.
Rich,
Otherwise, I need copies.
I almost brought in my own laptop tonight too, because I had been looking at the online town office, that package. And you know, I'm a little gun shy now after some of those 300-page packets. I'm like, Jesus, I'm not gonna print all.
You're gonna.
No, right.
Right, so
Crazy.
I've been going to the town thing because that package is good and I can look at it. And it's so good to be able to have that in advance of the meeting, right? So.
But it is good to have the option to pick up like the Gagney application with the drawings that you just cannot read on your laptop or your PC.
Absolutely.
You know, I couldn't find those stormwater drains on on the online version.
Quite frankly, like the diagram for the Mitchell thing, I was trying to find the height of it. I saw it and I was zooming in and I was trying to see what it was. I thought it was 27 feet. Anyway,
Yeah,
it's harder, so there are reasons for the paper.
So you entertain a motion to adjourn?
Yeah,
You turn off the computer?
I will after we adjourn.
All right, so
Peter.
I will motion to adjourn.
Okay, seconded. Any more discussion? No, all those in favor?
Yes.
We're adjourned.
So I got good news and bad news for you guys.